Hello everyone. Today we've got a really interesting topic, video topic. This is something that I've been thinking about for a few days now. I feel like this is a video that really should be out there. It's going to be probably a fairly long one, but it's going to be a really interesting one, especially if you're really into this stuff. This is stuff that's good to know about. Where the this video topic is cheap budget animatronics. The most advanced cheap budget animatronics ever made. Um, this cheap budget meaning made in China, cheap factories. These are animatronics that you can find at Walmart, Spirit Halloween. Those not no professional grade animatronics or anything like that. This is all stuff that was just cheap budget that you could just walk into a store and buy. And some of these won't be advanced for today's standard, but during the time periods these things came out, some of these were very, very top of the line, like advancedness for like they were over, I think, what they were far beyond what they could have, but than what they were when they came out. We're gonna take a look at these things, and you know, it's if you're really into this stuff, this is going to be a good video to kind of learn from. Especially, I was, born when this stuff, just started coming out. When this stuff was kind of new. I've been with this stuff the whole time. A lot of kids now don't know where these things originated from and how it started, what was really advanced for animatronics in the past that were really advanced at that time period. And like I said, I experienced all these things when they were brand new. Like we're going back all the way to like 2005 and stuff, and then we're moving up. We're taking a look at four main companies here because these four main companies have made the most impact on the Halloween industry. That's going to be Gemmy, Tekky, Seasonal Visions. I think I have a few from YG and Crazy Create, but there's not a lot from them. Gemmy, Tekky, and Seasonal Visions are the main three that have made a huge impact on what we all have today. And I came up with this while I'm at work. I work at a grocery store, and I just run the self checkouts. But it is like dead when I'm there in the morning, and there's absolutely nothing to do. I'm just sitting there all day long, pacing around in circles for 8 hours, and I get really bored. So the only way to surpass time is to think about things like this. So we've got quite a few things to talk about. I made this list while I was working because there was just nothing else to do. Um, so yeah, there's a lot of things that I think need to be remembered and mentioned that are pretty interesting when you really take a look at them. There's more generic animatronics than there are really advanced and unique animatronics. That's what this is about. Innovative and advanced for products that are made out of plastic, made in China. They didn't have to be as good as they were, but they were good. And a lot of these end up being really faulty. We're ignoring how faulty these animatronics are. We're just taking a look at what they did do and how they were designed, and so their advancedness for being a cheap budget animatronic. So all faultiness is going to be completely ignored. We're just looking at what the animatronics did and what they have. And again, I've been with this stuff since they first started coming out, so I've seen the whole process of what they used to have versus what's out today. So we're going to be covering a lot of things. So I hope you enjoy this video because trust me, I had to mentally really prepare and think about this. The intro is the hardest part of this video because I didn't know how to do the intro. I suck at intros. But we're going to get to it now. The first thing I'm going to talk about isn't necessary. These are all going to be pretty much life sizes, not tabletop stuff really. But we're going to talk about first. What we're going to talk about is something that I really think needs to be mentioned, and it's one of the earliest things from Gemmy that really stood out. That being the Gemmy Floating Ghost series that started in 2002. Now, just think about this for a second. This is all the way back to 2002, not 2020, or this isn't recent. Now these are ghosts. This is the only like smallish stuff that's going to really be on this list, but they were pretty innovative at the time these came out. It's a ghost that goes up and down on 3 fishing line string, and they're just so interesting and unique. These are the reasons why I got so into Halloween. This is what caught my attention and made me so focused on Halloween. Once I got my first one of these, that's what changed everything about my Halloween obsession. Like it started from these. I had a room with 20 of these. They were all floating all around. Um, so yeah, as you there now Gemmy did a re-release of these things in 2017 through 2019, and they were nowhere near as impressive as these original versions. Um, Basically, there is an individual motor for each string, so there's 3 motors controlling the strings, and there's many different versions. Re- they sold from 2002 all the way through 2010. There was only 2 versions sold in 2010, and they were both at Target, and that was the last we've ever seen these. Um, but they were so unique. Each one, there was different audios. They had certain variants had different floating patterns. There was so much uniqueness about each one. The ones that they remade in 2017 through 2019, they were all the same. They were always the same. There was no uniqueness. It was one motor controlling all 3 of the strings. It was just the random up and down. Nothing unique or special about any of them. But these, it was different. It I mean, most hanging things, they shake, they do one thing, or they light up, but that's it. They don't do what these did. Like they just go up and down, and it was just so cool and interesting. Again, this is where my Halloween interest came from. This is what started it. It led to the Spirit Halloween stuff that happened later on. So I'm gonna take you a little bit and show you a little bit of each one, just to show you. Um, like I said, pretty much every store carried these. Every store had some exclusive variation, and so it was. These were really cool. This is my least favorite one of all. This was one of the first ones ever made in 2002. I got it. This one is the original most common variation. This is the one that was sold from 2002 all the way up through 2008. It's just the regular Ghost. This is the one that started the whole lineup. Um, yeah. And this audio was used on a majority of them. The thing that I found that always was so interesting about these is how they start up and how they reset back to the top of the pole each activation. That is so unique how they do that. There's no other hanging animatronic that is like that. I'm not going to show you every single version of the floating ghost. I'm just going to show you the first ones that were made and then one of each audio after that. But this one right here was my very first floating one. It was Walmart 2004. And, you know, for the longest time, I was the only one that owned this variation. From 2004 all the way through 2017, I had never seen anyone else own this version. It's one of the hardest ones to find. So this one holds a lot of memories to me. Like, this one's really special to me. It's like, this is what started everything that I did. You know, all my YouTube channel pretty much started with these. You know, I started doing the Halloween videos in 2009. My first uploads were Dancing Santas, but I had been doing these way before my YouTube time. You know, I've been I started my collection in 2004. I was in second grade here. There are second graders right now probably watching this. I was that age when I started getting into this stuff, and that's when this stuff just started coming out. So this one's always going to be the most special to me, just because it was that very first one that just started the whole thing. And when these were at Walmart, I saw some like hanging way up at this you know how high up the ceilings are at Walmart. They had some hanging up there. They weren't going, but they were hanging up there, and I just saw them, and I would stare at them. And then one of the grocery stores around here had the purple one, and it was also hanging up really high. Again, not moving or doing anything. And this was actually before I had one of these. I knew it did something, but I didn't know what it did, and I would just stare at it, just look up and like, yeah. This is the Grim Reaper. This is also next to the Floating Ghost. This is one of the most common and successful variations that Gemmy sold. This one sold from 2004 all the way through 2008. So this one and the regular Ghost had the longest production time, and they were sold everywhere. Those two versions. This is the female Ghost one. These were Walmart exclusive, 2004, 5, and then it was sold somewhere else in 2006, but it wasn't Walmart 2006. But yeah, my first three was that black Ghost, the Grim Reaper, and this one. So here. This is the Scout. This one is the Spirit Halloween exclusive version. Spencer's and Spirit Halloween. It was 2005 and 2006. I got one both years, and they have a different box art style for each year. But yeah, I see Spirit Halloween tried to make it creepier and also bigger. This is the last one with this audio that I'm showing you. The rest, after this one, you'll start to see the different floating patterns that they have. The way they reset back to the top of the pole, which is what really the thing I find so interesting about these that I keep saying. These first few kind of reset the same way. The hands go up first, and then the head goes up. When they start, the head goes down first, and then the arms. But the ones ones that were made in 2007 have a different resetting pattern, which again is so interesting to me. There's the pirate. This is one of my favorite ones because I love the mixed colors, the black and red fabric. Um, this audio became extremely overused on all the Sunstar and Gemmy hanging shaking props, but this is 2006. This is when that audio was actually new. This audio is overused on the floating ones too. A majority of them have this audio. I refer to this audio as the laughing, screaming soundtrack. But this one and the purple Dawn of the Dead have a significantly shorter activation compared to all the other models. This is the purple version of Dawn of the Dead. This one was a Kmart exclusive in 2008, and then 2007, and then 2008 it was Kmart and Party City. The Dawn of the Dead were always the creepiest one. They always scared the hell out of my neighbor that used to live here. This is the floating Dawn of the Dead Bride version. This is the regular version of the Dawn of the Dead floater. This was Spirit Halloween and Lowe's. This is where the floating pattern kind of changes on these. See, like all the ones before, like the hands and head retract back separately, whereas this Dawn of the Dead, it starts retracting at the same time. This is the Chained Reaper. This was Michael's exclusive 2007. This floating part is the longest part. All the rest of the stuff we look at will go much faster, but there's a lot to show from these floating ghosts because there's so much uniqueness between each one. This is the Floating Phantom. This is another Spirit Halloween exclusive. Only sold in 2007. And it's one of the hardest ones to find. Now this is the Black Dawn of the Dead. This is a Michael's 2008 exclusive. This is a pretty freaky one too. This is the year that they kind of changed the design on them though. They only had 2 motors now, not 3 individual mechanisms. The arms is just one mechanism that's in the center pole with a rail that goes across the whole pole. And there's only 2 lights now instead of 4 lights. So it was a big change, and it was a kind of an unnecessary change, but it was one of those things where they, wanted to cheap out, on things and to save more money. But these things only retailed for $20, $15 to $20. Now people sell them on eBay for over $100, but that doesn't, depending on which version. That doesn't mean a Grim Reaper or someone's going to pay that on the regular Ghost version or anything like that. It depends on the version that you have that is worth more than other models. But if something, Spirit Halloween sells a lot of the cheap Sunstar hanging stuff now, and it's like $70 just for a shaking prop. If these were sold again today, this would be like $100 now. Now, Target had the Mummy and Skeleton with Hair was a Target exclusive from 2008 through 2010. But in 2010, Gemmy reversed the movement, and they were much cheap. They were at their cheapest quality possible. Like the hands and heads, the materials for the plastic was so cheap compared to all the previous models. And again, these were the last two to ever be sold, and Target was the only place that sold these floaters in 2010.
I forgot what he said. I think
So that's where these ended.
hands go down first. I don't remember. I'll tell you guys what he said after. But yeah, I think he said the. Oh, head just got stuck there. I don't know what happened.
There's not really any videos of the 2010 version of this, but it's just like the Mummy. They reverse the movement. The head, where this one, the head goes down first, and then the arms. It's the opposite with the 2010 model, and the face detailing is much different too. But yeah, this is the last floater I'm showing, and then we're moving right to the life sizes.
Cool. So anyways, I'm going to turn on for you and show it to you now. And this is one of the versions that the...
Now, finally moving on to life sizes. Here is pretty much where the life sizes really... It started from this Butler. This was the first lifelike Gemmy life-size animatronic. There has never been an animatronic seen like this before. This was the very first one. This opened the gate to everything that we have now, that we got. The first version was, this bald one. Then later the top hat version was made. And then it was remade again in 2009 with different phrases. But the eyes move, the head moves, and the chest puffs in and out as he breathes. And this came out in like 2004, 2005. So this is one of the earliest life sizes with lots of movement. And this is what I consider advanced. Lots of movement, animation used in a very unique way that was the first of its kind. And this was the first of its kind, pretty much. This is as early as this gets. So everything from here on out gets a little more advanced from here that I'm going to be showing you.
So yeah, he does the breathing between every set of mumble. And the gear.
So yeah, that's the first Butler. That's the first Gemmy life-size animatronic that was, again, lifelike. Not including the dancing Santas and the dancing skeletons were already being made at this point, but this is the first lifelike one. Like that was the first life-size known to the public that I consider cheap budget, because back then these type of life sizes didn't even cost $150. You could go into Walmart and buy something like that and it'd be under $150. And if something like all these that I'm showing you now, these Gemmy ones, came out today and they were the exact way that they were here, they, considering the fact that, you have Betty Sharp and Lucky Bottoms now at Spirit Halloween. Just a small, not even 2-foot animatronic, one movement for $200, and every 6-foot life size now costing $300 to $350, no matter how little animation it has. Something like this would be minimum $500, but it would probably be a lot more than that now, which is why they don't make them like this anymore, because no one would spend that kind of money on these. But this is 2000 again. This is 2004 through like 2010 that we're looking at right here for the Gemmy ones. I mean, this is advanced for the time period that they came out, especially what Gemmy's making now that compares nowhere near to what these things were. So this is pretty much the first Gemmy life size to be sold at Spirit Halloween. Again, known to the public. It is the Freddy Krueger. This is 2005. I think it's like one of the first ones with mouth movement too. You can kind of tell the way it moves. Some of them weren't even noticeable, the movement. It retailed for, this one was quite a bit more expensive being at Spirit Halloween. It was $300 when it came out, if I remember correctly. So all he does is move his head, his eyes move, and his mouth, which again, for 2005, this is pretty good. You know, being the first licensed character that Gemmy ever, created, it's good. So this is where Gemmy started from with their licensed stuff. This is where they started from with that. I also forget to mention at the end of all this, after I cover all these things on here, I'm going to, through a list, the top 10 of all time that I feel are the most advanced. And I didn't base this on my personal favorites of what I like, what are my favorites, or anything like that. I based it on, and not even what character the movie's from. I'm just strictly looking at how many movements they have, how unique they are, and how advanced they were for the time periods that they came out. That's what I'm focusing on here with this list. This is not, it's not biased to my opinions or anything like that. But I do get always asked what my favorite animatronics are, and a majority of them are these things. I like the ones that have the most movement because that is what I grew up with. I grew up with the animatronics that they tried to make it do as much as they possibly could, to now where they are always pretty limited in what they do. So yeah. Now, this is a 2006 Gemmy life-size animatronic, and this is one of my favorite ones of all time. And again, I like it so much because of how much movement it had. For 2006, this is as good as you could get, and this is, even now, we can't get something as good as this. Like, this animatronic featured blinking eyes. The eyes would shift as he spazzes out. It's a guy that, it's a monster that, basically a mad scientist creation. Its mouth moves, his brain strobes, he has a heart thing that flickers with the audio. Its arms move, they're chained up. It's just so animated. What really gets me is the blinking eyes, though, because blinking eyes is something that really brings an animatronic to life, and it's not something that's really used very much. So again, and this was sold at Walmart. You literally walked into Walmart in 2006, and this is what they had in their Halloween aisle. This is not something you would expect them to have, especially for 2006. And I went there in person, and I saw it in person when I was getting my floating ghosts. I was around when this was a thing, when this was brand new. Everything on this is so well done. The lights in the brain, the heart, the movements, it's just perfect. I don't know about you. I mean, you can tell me what your opinions in the comments, but that's a lot of movement for 2006. We don't see that on animatronics anymore. Not this much. And then he plays the Monster Mash song. He has 5 phrases. He has 3 phrases, and then he plays the song. Then he does 2 more phrases. Then he does the song again. But it's always been one of my favorites. I just love this one so much. I actually the one back there in the black jacket, which is the one I own, literally the one, that's the exact one. But this is an earlier version of the Brain Monster. It's the Party Monster. That one's 2005. That one's nowhere near as cool as the Brain Monster to me, because it doesn't have the eyes. Still do blink, but they open when the activation starts and they close at the very end of the activation. They don't blink continuously the whole time. The eyes don't have that shifting motion that Brain Monster does. There's no lights on it. His arms don't move. So he's nowhere near as good as this guy. Brain Monster is like so much more advanced and better than Party Monster. And Party Monster does not have a button, and unlike the Brain Monster, he has the same 5 phrases, but he does a phrase, the song, the phrase, the song, the phrase. After every phrase, he plays the song, which is actually really annoying. And you can't skip it because he doesn't have a button. Unless you turn the switch off and on, it will skip it then, but that's the only way. The sound quality in these were amazing too. A lot of these animatronics had a microphone that you could talk to, or you could connect them to a MP3 player or something, and music could come out of them. There was so much features these things had for being too. This was a time period where these phones didn't exist yet. Technology was very limited and just beginning at this point. And this is what you got for animatronics back then. When there was phones, it was just those little flip phones that you'd have to text a certain letter 3 times to get a word to get a certain letter to appear on the screen. Technology was very low at this point.
And that's pretty much.
Yeah, so I can't express how much I love that animatronic. It is one of my top favorite Gemmy life sizes of all time, because nothing they make now surpasses that amount of animation and even creativity. Now, this one, it doesn't have as much animation as the Brain Monster, but it's still really good. This is a mad scientist, Dr. Shivers. We don't have a lot of scientist animatronics, and this is another one, the 2006-7 era. So for it being as early as it is, it's still a really good one. What they did special with this one is how the eyes flicker when he goes crazy in his phrases, and the beaker has lights in it, but he has 6 phrases, but there's only 1 phrase where the beaker actually lights up. So that's a little weird, but it's still really well done. Yeah, that's the only one where it lights up. That's my favorite phrase on it. I like it just shows how the eyes flicker when he goes crazy.
Damn it.
Alright, so now the next one. This one's pretty much no different than Dr. Shivers, but it's basically, this was a Spirit Halloween exclusive in 2006. It's Count Vigor. We don't have a lot of vampire animatronics either. There's very, very little. And this being the first one, again, it's really good. The detailing, the phrases. This one has more phrases than Dr. Shivers. This one has it's about 8. 6, yeah, I think.
I am so pleased to see you could make it. Come, we are expecting you for dinner.
So this is another one of Spirit Halloween's earliest of life-size animatronics. This is 2006.
I want to drink a toast to your arrival later. Don't worry, I will find you when I am ready.
So, but then what's weird about this one and one of the other Butler ones is that there's this version where the eyes turn the direction the head turns, but then there's other models that the eyes turn the opposite direction, giving it the illusion that it's always looking at you no matter which way his head turns. So I'll show you an example of that. Here's one where the eyes move the opposite direction.
Wonderful! You've arrived. Please, make yourself at home. My cake is your cake. I am the Count. Do you know why they call me the Count? You will find out soon enough.
So, this is the Butler one. It's just like the Count Vigor. There's some ones where the eyes move the direction the head turns, and then there's ones that move the opposite direction.
Please, take one of my treats here. True, they are bad for your head. But then again, so is upsetting me.
And here's a video of him with the eyes moving the opposite direction.
So good of you to come. We've begun to run short on planning around here, but you probably. Good evening. I will offer you a refreshment. I fear you might become suspicious.
Here's another really popular series that was made from Gemmy. These are actually only sold for 3 years, but the 3 years that they did sell, they were very popular, and these were another theme that you could find at every store that sells Halloween. Stores having exclusive versions. It's the Spirit Balls, and I know I said no tabletops. These aren't really tabletops. These are the full-sized heads that Gemmy used on the life sizes. There are smaller versions which were the tabletop versions, but these are still considered full-sized items. And they're very animated, too. Moving eyes, moving head, moving mouth. And then the Brain Monster, which is like the life size, it has the light-up strobing brain, which I really like. There's many versions. I'm not going to show you all the variations in this video, but they were these retailed for $40 to $50. Good price for considering, well, again, with the things we have nowadays, at the time, these were expensive. Like, these seemed really expensive to us, but now when you look back, it's like, oh, that wasn't really that bad. And there's 4 versions that are microphone. There's 4 versions that come with a microphone that you can talk through, and those are louder than the non-microphone versions. And those were meant for outdoor use, so you could hear them better outdoors. But the most common variation is the fortune teller and the witch with the gray silver hair. My favorite, so there's actually I got them the first year they came out too. I did a video talking about my Spirit Ball story on Gemmy Master Animatronics, so if you want to hear my whole story on those, you can watch that. But I got the regular fortune teller. This one's actually probably my favorite one. This silver turban one with the red feather. This one I think looks the coolest out of all of them. And this was the CVS exclusive one in 2006. Now, the concept for these was designed in 2005, but they weren't actually released until 2006. Because this box style right here, if this is the 2006 box style, this box style from Gemmy didn't exist in 2005. So, yeah. So this is the Swami. This is the most common variation, and it comes in both models, the microphone version or the non-microphone version. Microphone version isn't too common. The most common microphone version is the Dr. Shivers one, which has the same phrase as all the fortune teller spirit balls, which makes no sense, but it's the loudest one, and it's the only version that is only the microphone version. There's no non-microphone version of Dr. Shivers besides the small one. And again, these were 2006 through 2008. And Spirit Halloween did have some exclusive variations as well. These were at Spirit Halloween, so Spencer's.
You wish to know what lies ahead? Then listen carefully. If you must choose between two evils, pick the one you've never tried before.
Here's the Gypsy one, which was a Michaels exclusive, both 2006 and 2007.
I can see that you are troubled by a decision you must make. Remember this. Opportunities always look bigger going than coming.
So basically my phone...
So I'm not sure if my video was paused when I showed the Gypsy one, so I'm just re-showing it just in case. But this is the Michaels exclusive 2006 and 7. Sorry if I already showed it, but sometimes my thing isn't going when I think it is.
By the time you can make ends meet, they lose the ends.
Here's the Brain Monster one. This was a Spencer's Spirit Halloween, and then a Menards and in other places, but mine came from Spencer's. Okay. So this is Zoltan. This is another 2006 animatronic, and it does everything the Spirit Ball does plus more. It is basically a Spirit Ball, but it's in the shape of a fortune teller. The curtains open and close, and then it has a skull that speaks the fortune, and it actually has a lot more phrases than Spirit Balls. I saw this at Sam's Club in 2006, and it was sold online only at Spirit Halloween. Many other places too. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Now this is the Rapping Butler. Basically, this was another really early animatronic from Gemmy. I think it was made with the Brain Monster in 2006, but it could even be earlier than that because the animation is kind of weird. You can tell it was just kind of an experiment. It's the Rapping Butler. It sings Rapper's Delight. So. And it has a lot of phrases as well. These are the phrases that were reused on the remake of Edwardian Butler in 2009. But they added breathing sounds to it, so it still had the breathings on it. Alright. So this is the Gemmy life-size Cauldron Witch. This is basically one of the first life-size Gemmy witches we ever got, and it's probably still one of the coolest, most animated witches that we've ever seen. It's from 2007, and it actually sold all the way through about 2010. So it had a pretty long sale life. It's different stores had different dress variations and stuff like that, exclusive dress designs, but this is the most common variation, just the black and purple. But it's really loud too, but it has moving eyes, moving mouth, the body moves, it stirs, and then there's a mister in the cauldron where you pour water and then the cauldron mists. And the head tilts. So, this is another witch. This one came out in 2008. It's a witch that has a spirit ball. It's just like the Cauldron Witch, but instead of the cauldron stirring. It has the same movement, same eye movement, mouth movement, head tilt, but it has the skull and the spirit ball, and the head of the skull moves and it mouth moves and it talks. So it's got all that animation as well. And it sings and has a lot of phrases. But it plays I Put a Spell on You, originally from Hocus Pocus. This is one of the loudest Gemmy life sizes. When I heard this in person, it has volume, but oh my god, its highest volume setting is the loudest thing I've ever heard.
Hour is late. Show the mortal their true faith.
You will have nothing tonight. But will it be good or bad?
Better be careful tonight.
So this is Deadeye Drake. There's two different versions of it. There's this one which is referred to as the cartoony version, and then there's a one that looks a little more scary. This one has moving eyes, moving mouth, moving arm, moving body. It's another really animated one. But the moving version is more uncommon. There's a 2007 model where it's just the head that moves. It's not the arm and body, which is more common than this version. But yeah. This is the one that's considered the scary version. This was 2007 through 2009. He's my favorite one. This is another thing, we don't have a lot of pirate animatronics, especially ones that have a lot of movement. These are pretty much the only two. Very loud as well.
Boys. In this hat.
So we're going back a little bit. This is a Leatherface. that was made by Gemmy, and this was the second licensed character made by Gemmy that was sold at Spirit Halloween in 2006. This particular is a 2007 model, the only difference being it doesn't have eyebrow, or the eyebrows, but does the same thing. Again, the licensed characters is where the life sizes get more advanced for Gemmy. That's why I waited to show all the classics first, and then show how much they really stepped up their game for the licensed characters. So this is Leatherface. Again, 2006. This was a very, very early one, and it has amazing animation for something that came out that long ago.
What phrases is nowhere near that. Here we go.
So the blades move on the chainsaw, the arm moves, body moves, the eyes move, and the head moves. This one, when I saw it for the first time on YouTube, the way the eyes look, freaked the hell out of me. This animatronic traumatized me.
You can see the body does
This
move
is
fairly
the
well
animatronic
for
that
being
really
sold.
traumatized me when I first saw this.
Especially having an original motor.
I wasn't really specifically scared of Halloween animatronics, but this one did it. It was just too disturbing for me at the time that I saw this video on YouTube. Back in 2008, 2009, 2008. I hope you can hear me over these videos when they're playing, but yeah. Now here we have Jason Voorhees. This was 2007 through 2009. This particular one is a 2008 model, but again, very good animation. It has the same animation as the Deadeye Drakes, but the motion is much faster on it. Deadeye Drake moved a little slower than this. This one, it's way quicker, you know. The eye detail is so amazing on this thing. The way it moves and looks around and the way it swings, it's so impressive. Again, for 2007 through 2009, this was really amazing. The detail and the animation and everything that was put in.
So now for the close-up details. So he's probably going to sound off again, like I said, because he's on motion activation right now. So when I take the mask off, he'll...
The mask. That's the exact one that I own too. The one from this video. He's also very loud, and I like that. This is actually the 2010 model that was sold at Kmart and Party City. It has the same movements. The movements are switched around a little, but it does have the same movements as the other model. The only difference is one eye moves as opposed to both eyes, but it's more of a preference of which version of Jason you like more. If you have the 2011 model, it is exactly the same as the 2009. This is the It's got that eye that looks the opposite direction that the body is. He has the removable mask as well, which the face detail looks a little different than the 28 model with the way that that one eye is, the one that doesn't move. Here's a video of it. Right, so that's Jason. So now we have the Gemmy H2O Michael Myers, not H2, Rob Zombie Michael Myers. This is a 2009 animatronic. Again, this to me is a little more stepped up from the Jason Voorhees. The detail on this is incredible. The eyes are probably the most realistic on this. This probably has the most realistic eyes any animatronic like this has ever had. The way they move is different from all the other Gemmy life size as well. Most of them are just the random left to right whenever the head moves. This is different. This one, the eyes just shift around randomly to random positions. It's so creepy. It looks like an actual person. Like, it's constructed so well. So yes, this was a Spirit exclusive in 2009. So this is where Gemmy was in 2009. I'm not the H2O one has nothing on the Rob Zombie one, just because it does have the moving eyes, but they're pitch black. The moving eyes are not visible on the H2 one, so it was pointless to give it moving eyes in the first place. So this one's, again, we're not looking at these for the movies that they're based on. You know, people don't like the Rob Zombie movies. We're not looking at it for that. We're looking at it with the movement it has and how advanced and unique the movement was for this time period. And it's really amazing, this one.
So there you have it.
Now the next one is the Freddy Krueger from 2010, which is also a Spirit Halloween exclusive, but in 2011 it was, I believe, Halloween Party City or something like that. It was wholesale. But this one is probably Gemmy's, the one that life size that Gemmy has made that has had the most movement of all time. It has the moving eyes, the moving head, the moving mouth, the moving body, the moving arm, and the moving fingers with the knives on them. This makes that's like over 5 movements. This is the most animation we've ever seen on a Gemmy life-size animatronic, and it still is to this day. This one has the most movement out of all. This one, to me, is one of the coolest ones because of that. A lot of people do not like the 2010 Nightmare on Elm Street remake. That's what this one is based on. Again, not looking at it for that. It's the movement. It's the voice. It's movie accurate to that movie. The voice is creepy. The song it plays is really creepy. The way it moves while it's talking and playing the song that it plays is perfect. It could not be better. I remember 2010 was the first year I started going to Spirit Halloween, and I remember my dad looked at this scene and thought this scene genuinely was really creepy.
Why are you stupid? What have you got you yet?
Again, a lot of people don't like this version of Freddy, but whether you like it or not, this is one of the most probably advanced life sizes that Gemmy has ever made, and that we'll probably ever see, because they don't go, their standard does not go this high anymore. So this Freddy has 9 phrases, and after every 3 phrases it plays the song. So yeah, that's the 2010 Freddy Krueger. And that's kind of the last licensed character we saw. Everything else after this is not something new. Like the ghost face, there was nothing really new about it. This thing, it's the moving fingers that really made this thing exclusive, like one of the top. It has all the movements Michael Myers had, plus additional mouth and finger movement, which the finger movement is what made this one the best, or one of the most advanced Gemmy life sizes of all time. If it weren't for that, it wouldn't be ranked any higher or more advanced than the Michael Myers. But that just extra detail of the fingers moving on this really was a huge step up, and it was amazing. Again, for 2010, that's still way more than 10 years ago. That's a long time ago already. So, as for something that animated to come out during that time is just really, really impressive. And compared to the first Freddy that was $300 in 2005, this one was $270. So, actually, that was very reasonable price. These things were reasonably priced back then. Now, you will not find these for cheap at all. They're so old that they need repairs now. Just like anything, like cars. The older your car is, the more it's going to break down and the more work and refurbishing it's going to need. It's the same thing with these things. Now, Freddy pretty much is, again, Gemmy's highest standard that they've ever reached. It's not much can reach that standard at this point in advancement. The only other one there's only a few more that we're going to be talking about for Gemmy, and then we're moving on to the other companies. But the only other one that I can think about that had pretty advanced and a different animation concept is the Ghost Girl. Now, this has, you either hate it or you like it. I've heard plenty of people say this is the dumbest animatronic they have ever seen. For me, it was one of my favorites of 2012. And again, we're not looking at it for what it is, more of just the mechanisms that it has. It's the first animatronic that combined the inflatable technology with it. So it's very unique. It was different. It wasn't like, oh, this is the same thing we've seen before. This was different. This is 2012. This was a Spirit exclusive. I just think it was really neat. I had a thing for rising props too at the time, so that really helped it. But it's the lights in it are really cool too. You can stick lights in anything, and that doesn't make something unique. It's how the lights are used. In this case, what the lights in here do is, when she first starts up, it's kind of like a whitish blue. And then when she starts screaming, the lights actually change to a solid dark blue. I don't think people really notice that too well. I have 2 of these. And one of them, you notice it. One of them, I think it was, my second one, I think has always been kind of defective. Because when it gets to the screaming part, you see the lights flicker, but they switch right back. But the first Ghost Girl I have, the lights switch to a dark blue when she starts screaming. Now again, it's people don't understand it. It's not scary, but to me, it's not about scary. It's the movement. We've never seen this type of animation before. This was new. This was different. I think the idea for this probably came from one of those inflatable floppy things that you see outside of businesses, which even Spirit Halloween has one of those outside of their store. So I can't see how else the idea for this originated from. See how the one is like a darker blue than the one on the left is a darker blue with the lighting than the one on the right.
It just came off. The lights out.
See, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, it's an interesting concept. It was different. And there hasn't been anything really like it since then. I mean, we got Mr. Punchy this year, but it's still it's just an inflatable ball on his legs. I mean, I feel like this is a little more like just unique than that. The arms inflate and they flop around. I just think it's just interesting. Now, this is a 2010 Gemmy animatronic. This is another Butler. This one was pretty unique. It's got, instead of the head tilting up and down, it kind of tilts side to side, which was really cool. The eyes move. The only bad thing about it is the audio was programmed too loud for the speaker, so you couldn't understand what it was saying, and it was just always too loud. But it's one of the rarest Gemmy life sizes of all time because it was sold at Ace Hardware, and I went to Ace Hardware in 2010. They did not have this, so it's not like every Ace Hardware got this either. So, but it's there's two other animatronics that have the same motion. There's a Skeleton Butler one, and then there's Gemmy. When they kind of came back in 2017, there was a zombie at Lowe's with this similar animation, but I think this is the most unique one because of the eye movement. So, sorry, there were two of them I forgot to show, so we're going back a bit. This is 2008. This was the crawling zombie woman or whatever, referred to as the crawling Dawn of the Dead. This was 2008. There are a total of 5 variations of these life-size crawlers, but this is the most realistic and creepiest one. This was the first one. So this was the first life-size crawling animatronic we had ever seen. And it crawls forward and backwards, and the arms are connected to the wheels, so the arms move. So it actually looks like it's crawling. And this one traumatized my neighbor when he saw this thing. He was so scared of this thing. Now he loves it, but the ones that scare you the most when you're little are the ones you seem to love the most later on. So again, this was new. This was something that we had never seen before, a life-size crawling animatronic. Very creepy. So, and then there's, again, a few other variations. I'm not going to play videos of all of them. Just see here on the screen here, you can see some of the other versions that there are. The regular zombie dude isn't as creepy or cool. I like this one. This is a 2010 one. But other than that, those are the only two I really think are really cool. Now this is another Gemmy life-size animatronic from 2008 that was exclusive to Spirit Halloween. Well, this version. There is a regular wedding dress version that was sold at Michael's, but it's not really really advanced compared to the ones we had seen previous. But again, the thing that gets me with this one is the blinking eyes. Again, it's one of the very few animatronics that have come out that have blinking eyes, and that's just something that really gets me on animatronics. So it really stands out. It makes it different. Putting that little amount of effort into that simple of a movement really makes an animatronic so much better. It gets loud with the clicking, but that doesn't mean it's not good. The clicking has never bothered me on these animatronics, so that's just me. Very eerie voice, too. So yeah, that's a really good one too. And now back at 2010, Gemmy made a Rising Witch and Skeleton, which again are very animated. Probably some of the most animated grave rising animatronics we've ever seen, featuring head turning, head tilting, mouth movement, and rising up and down motion. So again, very animated. All these things are things that deserve to be mentioned and remembered, but they were sold from 2010 to 2012, these two.
The zombie is the same size. That's gonna be a Kmart, and I'm definitely getting.
So yeah, that's the Witch and Skeleton. I just had to show those two. Now, pretty much in 2012, that's where Gemmy's uniqueness and advanced animations pretty much came to an end. Everything that we've seen since then are reused animations. That there's nothing new about it. It's the same motion over and over again. You know, reused concepts. Nothing's new and different. In fact, they started getting worse. That they got less and less animated, less interesting. Until about 2017. So that huge gap between 2012 to 2017, there was really nothing interesting as far as life sizes from Gemmy. 2017, they came out with Jack Skellington, which was a huge hit. Now, it's nowhere near as animated as all of the life sizes from the 2005 through 2010 era, but what makes this thing different is the moving fingers, and it's not like the Freddy Krueger moving fingers. His fingers actually articulate. They actually fold in and out, which made this thing a little unique and seem more up-to-date and advanced. Then Lowe's had some good ones too. They had that zombie, and they had the Black Widow, which had moving eyes and moving mouth, and the blinking eyes, which again was my favorite of 2017, because again, the blinking eyes, that always gets me. So, but pretty much this is where Gemmy's uniqueness pretty much ends. They came back for a short while in 2017, and then they fell right back down to me. Nothing unique after this. Yeah, they're making 12-foot characters. They have a 12-foot Mummy and Reaper that move side to side this year. The only thing different about those is the fact that they're 12 feet and they move. But moving side to side is not a new animation concept. It's been reused 1,000 times before. So, I mean, and I'm not saying it's not cool. They're still very cool. I like them. But they're not different. They're not advanced. You know, it's the same thing we've seen before. They've got color-changing lights in the head and the side-to-side movement. There's nothing new about that. It's not advanced or anything like that. So, pretty much now we have come to an end with the Gemmy animatronics. Actually, there is one Gemmy animatronic that is made in the modern era that blows all these away. And I'm going to show you what that is. And that is the Gemmy 2020 Michael Myers. Yeah, I hope you know I'm being sarcastic, but yeah. But this is the most perfect example that I could possibly ever use to compare the old things versus what Gemmy's doing now. Now, when you think about it, like, remember, all these animatronics that I showed you from Gemmy, were made during a time where technology was still low yet. So you would think that this is an animatronic that you would see from the 2005 through 2010 era. And the animatronics that I just showed you would be the animatronics we'd be seeing today from this company, where literally it's the exact opposite. We get one motion and a crappy detailed looking figure. Again, look at the Michael Myers behind it. These are everything you see is made by Gemmy in this photo. And there is absolutely no comparison whatsoever. It's just so weird to see that Gemmy made that Rob Zombie Michael Myers and this is what they're making now. It's just, I cannot express this enough, how weird that is to me. Like, this is the new impressive advanced movement we have nowadays, where technology is better than ever, and this is as good as we can get from this company. What is going on? Yeah. It's just, yeah. Now, before we move on to the Tekky toys, I'm going to show you 3 honorable mentions that are not Gemmy, but they're a lot like Gemmy. They're magic power. And I'm not going to show you all the variants, but this is Heads Up Harry. There's a whole series of this animatronic that this company made. I did a whole magic power and a whole Gemmy video showing all the variations of these things. But this is another 2007 animatronic that was at Walmart. Very advanced movement for, again, 2007. Very impressive, a new concept. It pulls off his head, it has moving eyes and a moving mouth. It's very, very unique and very interesting. Actually, I've seen an article where this lady was complaining about this because their kid was so terrified of this thing because of how realistic it looked, and she was complaining, like, Walmart should not have this in the front of their store. Like, how do you explain to a 4-year-old that this is not real? I mean, for me, it's kind of easy. I mean, I just literally go over and touch it and be like, yeah, it can actually hurt you. Like, it's not doing anything. And you can literally lift up the clothes and show them the, what they're made out of. But, I mean, that's not going to stop a kid from being scared of them. I mean, God forbid I was scared of the singing gorillas at age 4 anytime they had a different face. But that only lasted 2 minutes, then I loved them. But still, it helps. I mean, I don't know. People like that are the reason why we don't get things this good anymore, too. It was too realistic, too scary for little kids, and now these companies kind of cater to that. And again, it's more of an inflation issue than it is the customers that complain about these things, but it does still share a factor, though. So, this is Heads Up Harry. It was at Walmart and Kmart 2007. I wanted it in 2007, but it wouldn't have fit in this room. But I got some other things instead, but I really liked this guy when it came out. It was so cool to me. The movement is so smooth, too. The mechanisms are so quiet on it. Like, this was Magic Power's, these were some of the Magic Power's earliest life sizes, and these were their best ones, too. Just like Gemmy, they started going downhill a little after these, and their life sizes were nowhere near to this standard. after the first 2 years that they were making these life sizes. The next one is the Face Ripper, which is 2008. It was the next year after Heads Up Harry. Well, Heads Up Harry was still being sold, but yeah. This is another animatronic that was new and different animation. Again, good animation for 2008. It's got the moving eyes and the moving mouth, but it pulls the face down, and then there's the skull face underneath, and there's lights in the face that make the whole face illuminate green in the dark, which is really cool. This was sold at Sam's Club, so you could. This is something you walk. I was there. I saw this in person, but all the way back in 2008. It was very cool. I was like so focused on these things when I was little. They were just so fascinating and intriguing. Like every year, these things got more animated, and they were just better and better every year. And it was just when you're so into this stuff that's all you could ask for, is going into the store and seeing these things like better. You know, Sam's Club doesn't have anything like this now anymore either. This is too scary for Sam's Club to sell something like this nowadays. I mean, they're selling a weird, cheap, friendly-looking scarecrow this year. That, yeah. So that's Face Ripper. So again, that's an animatronic that Sam's Club sold in 2008 versus an animatronic that's selling as of present that I'm making this video, 2022. Now, the only thing that there's a really big community for these big 12-foot, 8, 12, or 10, 12-foot characters. But, you know, they're always the same thing over and over again. There's no different movements. There's nothing unique about the movements of these things anymore. It's always the same thing. I thought that was a video where it was going to actually show it in action here. Oh, here we go. So anyways, again, the Face Ripper I just showed you was something Sam's Club had in 2008 versus this is what they're selling today.
Happy Halloween!
Totally different, like, feel and just...
It's hard to remember. My head is stuffed with so
just
much
generic
wrong.
movement. This is movement that we have seen all the way back in the only thing that's different is that's up to date is the LCD eyes, which is being used on everything now, but that doesn't mean it's not advanced. We're going to get to that in the SVI part. So
Some smarter straw to use.
but the movement, there's nothing advanced about this. This is generic at this point. It's overused. So, you know, yeah.
Love the autumn weather, don't you? The wind is blowing
And the last and third one for magic power is this animated gargoyle. Now, it's not like really, really animated or anything like that, but it's still got 3 movements. The wings move back and forth, the mouth moves, and again, the blinking eyes. This was also sold at Sam's Club along with Face Ripper. Again, I saw both of them there. They also had the Face Changer, which was also made by Magic Power. Not as cool and animated as, well, I mean, it's pretty unique. I guess I'll show that, but yeah, this was still really cool, and this is pretty much the only like big gargoyle animatronic we've ever gotten that's pretty much had this much animation. All the other gargoyles we've gotten are tabletops that only have like 1 movement, or Spirit had a gargoyle theme back in 2017. Not really a theme, but a selection of gargoyle decorations. They were all just ceramic statues that just lit up and talked. It was nothing like this. So again, this is different. This was, yeah. The way the eyes light up and the voice, everything's perfect on this gargoyle as well.
I sincerely hope you enjoy your stay. It's going to be a long, long time.
See, just the anime, I love it.
See, I was like... So this is the face changer that was also at Sam's Club. Ours didn't have this one, but I saw Jaden's video when he was really little was at a Sam's Club in 2008, and it was in his video. But it's not up to the Heads Up Harry and Face Ripper standard, but it was kind of the face changing concept. It was kind of new in 2008, especially for a life size. Well, it sits in a chair, but. And the way it changes his face is pretty unique. So it puts its head down, and then the face switches around, and then it lifts the head back up, and it's a different face. This looks like a newer, cheaper model, not like the original old 2008 model, but
That's how it works.
So yeah, it's... And then Gemmy in 2008 did a face changer as well. So Magic Power and Gemmy did a face changer the same year. But the Gemmy one was only about 3 feet. But it's still a lot of animation for a 3-foot one. Again, Magic Power, Kids of America did it first with that witch that changes the face, but this is Gemmy's take on that, and I think it's a little more unique. It had the moving Malphite up eyes. This is another one that was sold at Walmart for $30. The 3-footers we get nowadays don't have this much motion either, and they're always like $80 now. So. I was really fascinated. Like, when I saw this at Walmart, I had to have it that day that I saw it. It was just really fascinating. Alright, so now it has come to time to finally move on to Tekky. The rest of these, the focus shouldn't, it should go a lot faster. It shouldn't be as long on these other companies because Gemmy is just... Again, Gemmy is where all this started from. So, and they've done the most out of any company. No company could ever make the amount of products that Gemmy has made. They just went absolute crazy on the stuff they made from 2005 through 2012. Just so many products everywhere, and they're not just a holiday based company either. There's just so many different things that Gemmy sells, just novelties, lighting, inflatables. Just Gemmy has done, again, more than any company ever could. And even though their stuff isn't as good now, they did their part. They are what made Tekky and SVI follow. I don't think there would be a Tekky or SVI without Gemmy. I think really Gemmy took the lead in Halloween animatronics. There's no doubt about that. So the first thing we're going to look at from Tekky is the Flying Monster series. So just like how the Floating Ghost series from Gemmy is what we started with, I mean, the Floating Ghosts really did boost Gemmy's Halloween stuff. I mean, because they were the most innovative theme that they had come out with. Everything that they made that was hanging prior to that was a shaking theme. That's things we've seen a million times. The floating theme was different. Now, Tekky had a series, the Flying Monster series, which it was a little more probably advanced or different than the up and down floating series. These are monsters that hung from a rope that would fly across from one room to the other side, or a tree. The only thing about these is the Floating Ghosts had the ability to pretty much hang on almost anything. They're very hangable. Like, even if you can, they have little clips on here where you can, if there's, you can unclip it and put it. Let's pretend my arm is a tree branch. You can literally unclip it, put the string around the tree branch, and then reclip it. And then there you go. It's done. It's not going anywhere. It's not going to fall. It's secure. Um, these flying monsters is a little different. Their ability to use them is very limited. You have to have them flying across from one area to another. But that doesn't take away the uniqueness and the advanced motion that they had. These started about, I'd say 2004, maybe the first Flying Ghost came out from Tekky. Then they started making this whole monster lineup, which some of these monsters are really cool. This was the one that caught my attention. 2006 is when I started getting these, and this one was at Kmart. It was at Menards, and it was at Spirit Halloween. So it's a Reaper. They fly across the rope, and they actually turn around and face the direction that they are flying, that's what really made them cool, because that was different. That's still my favorite version too, just like the Floating Ghost, my very first one, this was my first flying one, and this is my favorite of all the flying ones. Tekky does still sell the flying monster or flying ghost to this day, but not the monsters. It's just the ghost with the sheet over it, and there's nothing too special about them. But no, these flying monsters were very innovative at the time they came out. So this is a really hard one to find, but this is the gargoyle one. This is probably the only other really good animated gargoyle besides the Sam's Club one I showed. But yeah, this one had the moving arms, so that made it really cool.
Let's restart him. There it goes.
You see, this is where my channel kind of started in 2009. This was where I was at with my Halloween collection. I mean, there had been a lot of themes at this point that I already didn't have anymore from them breaking down, but yeah, this is where it started. It started with these floaters, all these hanging things. There's the 3-foot guys from Walmart. You know, that's where all this started for me. Here's one of the coolest of the ghost ones. This was also at Spirit Halloween and Menards. But it's got the moving art. The eye lights are really cool in this one. But this is the one. This has been at Spirit Halloween since like 2009, and they're still selling it to this day. But this is the only version that Tekky is really still making. So it's not as cool as all the other monsters. It's just the basic ghost.
That's the new one I got today.
I think Tekky might be still selling this one. This was their first version ever made, the Ghost, and that started in 2004. And I think even just a few years ago, Big Lots, I think, was still selling it. I'm not sure if that one's still being made, but it had, again, from 2004 to like just a few years ago. I've seen it in stores every year since. Now, this is another Tekky animatronic that was new at the time. Now, this is a Bump and Go mech. Bump and Go mechs were not new at this time period. Bump and Go toys have been around since the 80s with like tin toy trains. But this is the first time a life-size was ever used with this kind of a mechanism. This is a Tekky Toys 2006 animatronic. Then at Seasonal Visions and Morbid started copying this mech. But Tekky did it first with the life sizes. They're called roaming props now, but originally this was the Floating Monster series by Tekky Toys. Lots of different characters. There were some ghost ones. The ghost ones were smaller. This one was 5 feet. There was witches. Again, to me, this is the coolest roaming prop that this was my first roaming animatronic, so of course it's going to be probably my favorite because of that. But it's also the creepiest looking, really. I mean, and the Tekky ones worked the best. The The SVI ones always get hair stuck in their wheels, and then they just go in circles or don't go anywhere. These ones actually worked. They just were better. So, and it did play the audio too. There was a silent mode on these things, so it didn't have to make the noise. Now, here is where Tekky gets really advanced and innovative for the time period. The Rising from the Grave, which actually originally came out in 2007. They were more known in 2009. They were sold at more retail shops, but before I think they were only sold at Spirit in 2007 and 8, and they weren't the best quality when they first came out. But these were the first jump scare animatronics that have ever been released. The very first ones. So this is where Spirit Halloween always has jump scare animatronics. This is where it originated from. This was the first one. This is how this created the existence of the jumping spider. It's the same identical mechanism. Jumping spider has like a levered pole design where it goes up. This is just a singular pole where it looks like it's laying down and it comes up like this. This was very new and advanced when it came out. This is what opened the gate for jump scare animatronics. This is where it started. And there was two versions, the Reaper and the Corpse. They both came out in 2007 initially. And they sold for, well, the Corpse sold until 2010. This one I think was online only through 2013. And these were the biggest versions. These were 3.5 feet, I think. The Tekky had other versions, but all the other versions were smaller. They got smaller and smaller as they kept making them. So they weren't as cool. These are the only versions that had lights on them. And these were the fastest at jumping. They just worked the best. The other ones just weren't as good as these, in my opinion. These were better. So yeah, this was a whole new mechanism design during this time. This was just completely different. There had never been a fast motion jump scare animatronic before this. That was, 3 foot or bigger. I mean, there was pop-up tabletop things, but not to this grade. Here's the Corpse version. This one is a little scarier looking than the Reaper one. That Reaper mold was really overused at the time period, so a lot of animatronics that Tekky made had that Reaper body. This Corpse is the only animatronic that has ever had this Corpse look. And look at the upload date of this video, August 11th, 2007. That's how I know that both the Reaper and the Corpse were made in 2007. Yeah. They were at Menards and Spirit in 2009. Mine came from Menards. And I remember it. If you go to my Menards video, 2009 part 2, I remember I thought this thing was a hanging prop that had fallen down, so I reached to touch it, and then it jumped up. It scared me so much, because it's the first jumping animatronic that ever came out. I did not expect it to jump up at all. I just thought it was a hanging thing that lit up its eyes and made some sound. When it jumped up on my hand, boy, did it startle me. So here's all the versions of the Rising from the Grave, minus the Dead Humor that was made in 2013, and the Ghoul in 2016, which was the smallest version ever made. It was barely even 2 feet. It's got a Reaper, the Corpse, the Small Reaper, the Vampire, which was Kmart, and then the Zombie, which was the Spirit Halloween 2010 through 2013. So yeah, that's Rising from the Grave. series from Tekky. The first jump scare prop to ever exist. First cheap budget one, not professional. The next Tekky Toys animatronic that was very new and advanced during the time it came out. It's very actually basic for today's standard. But again, this initially came out in 2008. It's the Guardian of the Grave. It was the first animatronic that was compatible with a fog machine. It's a ghoul behind a tombstone that rises up and spits fog at you. That was the first time this concept had ever been used. And it was, we've seen it a lot throughout the years now. This has been used dozens of times, but this is the first one. So therefore, this one's where it started from. This is where that fog machine and animatronic mix came from. So this was new. This was advanced at that time for that reason. This was 2008 through 2011 Spirit Halloween, but it sold up to 2016. So it had a long retail life. It was sold at other places too, not just Spirit Halloween, but yeah. Alright, so yeah, that's Guardian of the Grave. The next one is the Tekky Toys Wild Witch. Basically, it's not really advanced or anything, but this was pretty much just the first life-size rising animatronic. It already starts at 5 feet and rises up past 6 feet. It was also sold at Spirit Halloween. Actually, it was sold pretty much on every Halloween retail site. Walmart. Any online Halloween site had this. But it was not good quality, which is why you can't find them. So yeah, there's nothing much. I'm not going to go into a whole lot on that. That's all it is. Just the first life-size rising animatronic. The next one is the Hovering Ghost that came out in 2009. Again, also at Spirit Halloween. Basically, it rises, but it also sways side to side, hovers. It's not really like advanced. It was always kind of simple, but like I remember the first time seeing a video of it online, I was like, "How is it hovering around? Is it on like wheels or something?" But no,
that's pretty much all I have to say about it overall.
But this sold from 2009 all the way through 2018. But they changed the design on it in 2011 actually. So I like the oldest model the most. It moved more than the newer models, and it was just cooler.
The older version, the oldest one. Good to go. So let's turn them.
Still a pretty good animated rising part for, again, 2009. It may have even came out in 2008. I don't know. It's also, what they did with the eyes was different too. It's not just red LEDs. They actually gave it like an evil looking eye shape. I remember when I first saw the video of this, it was like really creepy. Because it's not like a calm booing sound. This is like an aggressive, like moaning, booing sound. Like it's... This is one my neighbor also didn't like the first time because of how loud it was and the moaning sound. It creeped him out too. Even though it's just a basic ghost, it's the audio, the eyes. It was creepy. It worked. It was different at the time. It wasn't just a silly hang-up ghost that we've seen a million times, So now we're at Tekky Toys 2010. This is an animatronic that was exclusive to Spirit Halloween and Tales 10. It's Resurrection Mary. It is basically a rising from the grave with much more features. It, you know, it actually does lay down. It jumps up and it pushes the tombstone down. There's just a lever that's connected to the pole that pushes the tombstone down. And then it spins its head around 360 and then spins back. Basically, this was kind of one of the first, besides the zombie babies, this was one of the first props we had seen with the 360 spinning head. This was made before the Exorcist prop. So, and this is 2010. This was like, before Tekky toys only had 1 to 2 movements. This was like one of the first ones that we've seen from them that had 3 movements. Plus, there was a red glowing LED in the head, so the whole head illuminated red in the dark. It looked really creepy. This was another one that genuinely scared my neighbor when I first got it. It was creepy. It was different. So, it's, again, this was new. This was really different when it came out. We had never seen, it's very rare that we see an animatronic that has another animation besides the jump scare. It's usually just the jump scare, but this is something that has much more than that. And that's what makes it so advanced, especially for the time. I mean, again, there's a lot going on here with this one. The audio is perfect too, I love that evil laughter at the end. It's just perfect. The music, I really like it. I don't like, see, in 2011, the problem is the hair got caught in the neck when it spun around. So the next year, they changed it. They cut the hair, which I didn't like it as much, but of course that's the only really fix that they could do to prevent that issue from happening. The thing I don't like is they took the light out of the head in the 2011 model. It wasn't the same after that. Yeah, that's, see, the thing with Tekky toys is that they were really fast at, catching up to date with the advancedness of the animatronics, just from 2009 through 2011, they had advanced so much between those 3 years. I don't think any other company had advanced that fast like Tekky does. Tekky has always tried to be the top dog to dominate these other companies. That's why a lot of their things were really faulty when they came out, is because they took the leap on these things when they weren't ready yet. Their mechs weren't strong enough to get to this point yet, but they still tried to. So that's, their work shows with what they were trying to do. Now this is the Lurching Vampire. This was also 2010 and 2011 Spirit Halloween exclusive. Basically, this is the first life-size jump scare animatronic that has ever come out. There has never been a life-size animatronic that had a fast motion with a jump scare. This was the first one. It's basically the Rising from the Grave mech, but 6 feet tall. Again, it has the blinking opening eyes and opening mouth, so it's not just the jump scare. It has a moving mouth and blinking eyes, which really adds to this. Everyone is still rooting to this day for this animatronic to come back, and knowing Tekky, they do reuse concepts and renew things, so it's a possibility that will happen. So again, this was something new in 2010. This was, again, the first life-size jump scare animatronic we had ever seen, so this was different. It wasn't a life-size that just moved its head and all that. So this was something new and creative, something that had never been seen before. Next up, we have Demonica, 2010, also Spirit exclusive, 2010 and 11. If you don't know, my favorite animatronic of all time, which is why it still remains my profile picture and probably always will. Um, you know, I don't know if I can truly say why this has stayed my favorite Spirit Halloween animatronic. I think it's just because now this was 2010. I was 14 at this point. This was my mid. Like, this was past my preteens, but this was before my adulthood. This was just right in the middle. This is when I couldn't be more interested into this stuff when this came out. It was just that perfect time. Again, animatronics were advancing in animation. This is the same time period that the Gemmy 2010 Freddy was out, one of the most advanced Gemmy life sizes we had ever seen. Then you have this, which was a huge step up from Tekky toys as well, because all their other animatronics just went up and down, and this was the first rising prop we had seen with more than besides those Gemmy ones, which also came out the same year, with more than 2 movements. It rises up, moves its head, and its head pulls back. I think what has always caught my attention on this animatronic is just the amazing face sculpt. I remember I was looking at Spirit Halloween's website, and I was seeing all of these new animatronics for the very first time. The Diary of a Wimpy Kid movie had just come out. We were watching it as a family, but I was also looking at these, and I was just like, I was so excited. I could not wait to get this animatronic. And 2010 was my very first year going into Spirit Halloween, and this was set up. Resurrection Mary was set up. That making them this is as early as my Spirit Halloween memories go. This was there. This was my very first experience at Spirit Halloween. These were there. It just made it more special. These were animatronics I saw online that I wanted so bad. They were there. I got to see them in the store. It was my first time at the store. My whole Spirit Halloween experience would be completely different, if I had went in 2009 or a year after this. This holds so much special memories to me. It's always been my favorite. It was there the first day I went to Spirit. It was the best thing I had ever seen. I will never have that same experience ever again. It was something that you just cannot relive a second time. Even though it already wasn't fully working when I went to Spirit, it didn't affect that in any way. It was still just as cool. But again, what I really love about this, this is one of the fastest rising animatronics we had ever seen. It goes up and down so fast. It moves its head in such a jerky motion. Now, this was faulty, but they remade this in 2011, and it wasn't the same. It was a different color. It didn't have the same speed to it. This one, went up and down much faster. It moved a lot more. And, I've always liked it for how much it moves and how crazy it moves. Just how much that head moves. I just imagine it in, a setting where, something's really crawling towards you really fast and it's just really terrifying and freaky. That's how I visualize this thing. But the 2011 one has a different feel to it, but it doesn't... I like both equally. I think I like this one just a little more because of how fast it moves, how much it moves. But the 2011 one is still just as good, but it's scary in a different way to me. And I'll explain that when I show the 2011 model. But well, okay, that wasn't supposed to happen. My computer speakers are just not that loud. Yeah, it's... I don't know. I can't get you guys to understand why I like this thing so much. I just explained my story and why, but I don't think that's enough for you guys to understand, really. I mean, you guys aren't me, so you're not gonna see it the same way I do. You don't have the same experience as me. This wasn't. Let me ask you something. The very first year that you discovered Spirit, the very first year that you went into the store, what animatronics did you see? Are those your favorite animatronics to this day? Do those have the most memories to you? If so, that's the case of why this is one of my favorites. It was one of those first time experiences at Spirit Halloween. It's always going to have that nostalgic memory. It's just never going to fade away. It's always going to be. And there's my first Halloween animatronic in the background. So here we have Demonica, my favorite Spirit animatronic of all time. Then we've got the Gemmy Floating Ghost, my very first one that started the whole thing. It's just all right there in this picture. I can't. There's no words to explain, really. Now, remember how I said the 2010 model, why I like it so much is because of its jerky head movement and how it looks so terrifying. Like, you can picture it, like, just crawling towards you really fast and, like, just really freaky and really terrifying. But these ones are more like, the movement is much more toned down, but it doesn't really take away the scariness of it. Actually, the slow movement of these is actually just as taunting as the fast, crazy movement. Like, now you can picture it in kind of like a, what do you call it? Like a very like peaceful scenery, and then all of a sudden you see this thing slowly creeping up, and it's just as terrifying. It's terrifying in a different way, but it's just as terrifying. Like, totally different scare atmosphere, but it works just as well. That's why I cannot decide which one is better, because they both have the same scare factor. Even though it's a little different, they're much calmer with the movement. It's still just as freaky. I mean, do you get it? And I mean, look at the detailing, like what they look like when the hair is in front of their face versus what it looks like when the hair is behind their head. Look at how completely different they look from each other. I mean, the hair over the face is they're both creepy, but the hair over the face is really creepy. But yeah, that's Demonica. Again, to me, it's like one of those really advanced animatronic that was really impressive during the time it came out. It was just new. It was new and creepy. I know we had Deadlift Zombie the year before in 2009, but Demonica there was so much more movement to her and just less generic and stuff. I don't know. I could ramble on forever about it, but I think I've said enough about Demonica, so we'll move on to the next one now. So now we're in Tekky's 2011 era. Just a second. I gotta turn my autoplay off so it doesn't go to the next video. Never mind, whatever. But anyways, this is Gravedigger. Now, this is 2011. Like, again, I just said earlier about how Tekky like advanced so much between 3 years, and this just shows how much they stepped up their game every year. From 2008, just simple rising animatronics, to 2010, a jump scare with head spinning or a lot of animated features. And then you got this guy. This is a 6-foot animatronic. Its head bends up and down, his mouth moves, his head turns, and his arm moves. This is the first Tekky animatronic that we've ever seen, life-size, with this much animation. 4 movements. We had never seen a life-size animatronic from Tekky with this much movement prior to this animatronic. At this point, Tekky was up to Gemmy's standard. Not quality, but animation. They had just reached where Gemmy was at, pretty much. And again, they did it fast. I mean, Gemmy was doing they had the animatronics that moved their heads and mouths all the way back in 2005 with the Freddy Krueger, but this is Tekky's first one there is the Harvester, but this one's much more animated and advanced than the Harvester. The Harvester didn't have the moving arm, but there is a version that came out in 2012 that was a Party City exclusive. But this is Gravedigger. So this is one of my favorite animatronics of 2011 because this is the first animatronic we've seen from Tekky that had this much motion, and it was pretty much the first year that Tekky incorporated moving mouse into their animatronics, because prior to this, Demonica, the Rising Props, they did not have moving mouse. This was the first time we had seen this on their life sizes. I guess Creepy Caretaker technically was the first one, which came out in 2010, but he didn't have 4 animations though. So that's why he has always been my favorite of 2011, because he was new from Tekky. This was the first time we had seen this from them, so that made them stand out. It was, yeah. But Gravedigger was not as advanced as 2011 gets. The same year, Tekky Toys also came out with Rosemary, which is just actually probably a little more advanced than Gravedigger. It's the first. Basically, it does everything Gravedigger does, plus has a jump scare. It lurches forward at you. It's zombie girl that munches on a brain. This is the first time we've seen something with this type of animation. Very creepy. It's eating a brain. We had never seen something like this before. It has all this head movement plus a jump scare. This was different. This is 2011. This was like, I can't believe something like this came out in 2011 when I think about it. Like, it seems too advanced for a year that long ago. Tekky just did a remake of this, late 2021, which now has a black dress and red circle eyes. But this was a Spirit exclusive from 2011 to 2014, so it got a good 4 solid years at Spirit Halloween. And it was only $140 when it first came out too. Now it would be, if Spirit had it, would be like $230. So yeah, very, very creepy, very unique and new animation that at that time that this came out. It's always going to be remembered. It's always going to be one of Spirit's top best animatronics that they had ever had. Because, and what's sad is that every year that this was sold, the 4 seasons that this was sold, every year people paid less and less attention to it. They would step on the step pad and they would see it chew on the brain, and then they would just walk away from it. People's attention spans have gotten much shorter over the years from what I've noticed. I think that also plays a factor in why these companies don't give these things as much animation anymore. Because why give something so much animation if someone's not going to stick around to watch it? People just like simple. They like it getting straight to the point. But so I think that's why that factors into why they make the decisions of making these things not do as much, because it's become so unnecessary because people don't pay attention to them anyways. They just want it to do what it has to do right away, all at once, not individually, first chewing on the brain, then turning the head, then lighting up the eyes, then the jump scare. It's just too much. I guess it requires too much too long of an attention span than what people care to have for these things anymore, I guess. But yeah, that's again that was totally new and different for 2011. Now from Tekky Toys, start in 2013, we got Gruesome Granny. It's got similar to movements to the previous things we've seen, but it rocked back and forth, and that's the first time we've seen an animatronic do that. But it's pretty. It had the movement is pretty realistic on it though. It was again kind of new. It was one of the most interesting of 2013. Unfortunately, the most faulty, but it was the most interesting because it was different. Tekky was again still getting up better and trying to get better with their animation and stuff. And Gruesome Granny was really good. She has the turning head, the head tilt. She sings to the baby, the mouth moves. It's the way it's programmed that makes it so good. That part in the song where she looks up and turns her head, that is what makes me love this animatronic so much. It is so perfect, so so chilling, so just terrifying. It's like that was perfect. I just think that was a really neat thing to do with it. It really works so well. It is super creepy, and it's so lifelike and animated. It just could not be better. I would have liked to see it move its head a little more because that's the only time in the activation that the head actually looks up and turns. But still, that has always fascinated me, how it just looks up and then turns her head to look around at the people that are looking at her. It just that yeah. When it comes to these things, it's not just the animation they have, it's how it's used. Sometimes it's the phrases it goes with, or the perfect timing of the audio where it does a specific motion that really makes something look really advanced and really stand out. And Gruesome Granny is that perfect example.
Hey.
The voice is like, when you really listen to the voice and how it sounds, it's just so creepy and cool. She's like got such a graspy voice. For people like me who become really obsessed over the movements of these animatronics that like to copy and mimic the movements of these scenes, Demonic and Gruesome Granny are the ones that I do the most, just because their movements are the most satisfying to me. The Gruesome Granny was always weird because they always were different pitches. They could be normal pitch, really high pitch, or super low pitch, the one that was at Flagship, and they're all good. I love all of them. They're just... So yeah, that's... and with Gravedigger, what I forgot to mention is that you could get one that either looked really good with the face or one that looked really stupid and just looked horrendous. I mean, the faces of these Tekky animatronics that have these rubber latex faces, you will never see one that looks identical. Each one has a significant difference to the face. And Gravedigger, unfortunately, again, you either get one that looks really good or one that looks horrendous. There's just no, yeah. Oh shit! We're not ready for this. So then in 2012, it was more known in 2013 though. Tekky Toys came out with a pop-up zombie, which it wasn't really new as far as jump scares go, but it was different because it was at this point it was the fastest pop-up prop we had ever seen, faster than the jumping spider. These things were actually so powerful they were self-destructive. The pop-up werewolf, which we don't like to talk about, but initially pop-up zombie came out in 2012, but was not sold at Spirit Halloween. But in 2013 and 14, they had a pop-up zombie. This is the first version that was made in 2012. It was at some Halloween store, Halloween Express or something like that. I don't really know, but it was the fastest pop-up prop we had ever seen at this point. So that's what made this new and different. It scared a lot of people. There was a lot of screams in 2013 from this thing. The first one already broke. I had to set up a second one, so they're no better than last year's. So yeah, that's pop-up zombie. So in 2014 there was a pop-up werewolf, but we really don't like to talk about it because it's an animatronic that really never did work. It always broke more than the pop-up zombie. Even though it was pretty much the same thing, it never worked. It always had issues. And it was originally $50 more than the pop-up zombie, and there was nothing different to it. They later adjusted the price to $100, but still. Now, this is not a Tekky animatronic, but it is a pop-up zombie, or pop-up animatronic, and it's one of the first pop-up ones that was sold at Spirit Halloween. You know, not like Jumping Spider or Rising from the Grave, but like actual pop-up. It's the Poppin' Goblin, and it's from 2012. And again, it's not Tekky. It's Easewell Management or something like that. It's a goblin that... Now, it's not the pop-up that makes this scene kind of advanced or unique, but it's how the mechanism works. It literally is inside of the pumpkin, and it's got a track mechanism that slides in and out of the pumpkin. The goblin slides out of the pumpkin, and there's a very specific spot on the track that releases the goblin to pop up. So that is something that has never been seen before, and it hasn't been seen ever since. It was actually a very complicated mechanism. It's very, very different. Spirit, again, did not have the pop-up zombie in 2012, so this was the first pop-up animatronic that Spirit had ever sold. And here's the side view. Now, unfortunately, it's one of the faultiest animatronics that Spirit has ever sold of all time, besides Pop-Up Werewolf, and there's one other one. But, yeah, basically what happens is these ended up shorting out, and smoke would emerge from them. I had 3 of them, and it happened to all 3 of them. But each one lasted, you know, different... they had a different lifespan. One of them didn't make it through one activation. Another one lasted till after Halloween that season, and the other one just gave out in 2020. So And that one was the store display, the one that gave out in 2020. So that one had much more use than any of the other two I had. But it was still really different and advanced, that mechanism design with how it works. I like the light that also is hit in the stem that shines on the goblin when he pops up, and then the blinking light of the pumpkin. It's just overall pretty cool. Another thing with these goblins is they weren't very consistent. Some of them, the pop-up was very weak. Others, it was really good. All three of mine were a little different. The store display one was my weakest one, but it lasted the longest. But that's also because it was a store display, so it was fast at first. But some of them have always been weak. Were always weak the whole time. But yeah. See, that's yeah. So yeah, that's Poppin' Goblin. So I had to mention him. But he's the only one from that company. Only made like 5 animatronics for Spirit Halloween, and that's really the only one that was pretty advanced. And that was one of their first ones too, which is why it failed so bad. Now, reaching back to 2014, this is where Tekky really advanced. But the quality wasn't quite there, but it's a Broken Spine Girl. Now, this is the first life-size animatronic we've ever seen that has had this much articulation. Her whole body pretty much flips all the way backwards. This was a very new, unique animatronic design and concept. It was nothing we've ever seen before, and we haven't seen an animatronic there was Menacing Molly in 2017, but this thing had a moving head and a moving mouth. There was a lot of weight in that head, so that, when I first saw the video of this thing, I knew it was going to be faulty, knowing that it was going to be made of all plastic, and it is, but it's very, very cool. The only way a prop like this would ever last would have to be all metal. Otherwise, an animatronic like this will never stand a chance of lasting. So this is, even though it only has 3 animations, this was probably Tekky's most probably advanced animatronic we had seen at this time. Again, the whole thing flips backwards. It was just very new and different. Wow. So yeah. That's Broken Spine Girl. Again, she was very creative. So that's pretty much where Tekky's advancedness kind of ended. After 2014, we didn't see anything different from them. Everything was always the same concepts over and over again. Rising, pop-up, basically the quality of Tekky was so bad in 2014, even though they had their ideas were amazing, and that was a really advanced feature for that Broken Spine Girl to do what it did, but it didn't last, and Tekky had to step back on those type of animatronic concepts and work their way back up, making better mech designs, because they weren't ready to make these kind of animatronics yet. Their mechanisms constantly failed for all of these things, so they had to step back and really work their way back up again, and they're getting to that point again. So from 2014, that was kind of the end of Tekky's really innovation, where they had really amazing stuff we had never seen before. But then in 2020, they finally had reached, they've gotten back up to date with new level of uniqueness and concepts that work better. With that being said, the Harvester of Souls animatronic that was at Spirit Halloween from 2020 to 2021 and is now a wholesale Tekky Toys animatronic called the Soul Sucker. So now this will be available to buy other retailers. And, well, the 2020 model is faulty. It's got faulty gears in it, but it's been revamped. The thing about Tekky is that when their designs fail, they do fix it. They make it better. And the newest version of Harvester of Souls, the Soul Sucker, has a better fog mechanism. You can switch the fog tips that's in the little girl. See, remember how I said the fog concept was new, but then it got overused? It was always the same thing: fog emerging from an animatronic or spitting out. This is a animatronic that has a fog machine capability, but it's a totally new way of using it. Instead of spitting fog at you or coming out, it's coming out of the girl's mouth, going into the mouth of the monster, giving it the illusion that he's sucking the soul out of her, which is something that had never been seen before, ever. So totally new concept, something different, something that had never been done before, and it worked. It's very successful. Like, this got a lot of attention when it came out. So, yeah, they changed the. You can switch out the fog tips of the little girl now on the newer model, and the arms are designed better. The arms always broke on the 2020 model. Mine is completely fried as of right now, and the arm pieces have splits in them, and the gear had split. So, but now it's better. This is a perfect time to get your hands on it while it's the best quality. So, yeah, go for it.
Just as all the others have. Now that I have you, your soul will be mine forever.
So yeah, amazing voice, amazing animation features, the light effects, that the green lights that show on the fog as it's going into the mouth, that's supposed to look like her soul, perfect. That's the kind of uniqueness we want to keep seeing. But of course, you don't want to overuse that concept now either. So that was a very good animatronic, and I guess the 2019 Rusty was fairly different. It's a scarecrow that holds a chainsaw that it snatches up and then the head shakes. That was a good different concept too. So I'd say 2019 is kind of where Tekky started getting back into the game. But unfortunately, he was extremely faulty because the gears in the arms. If anything jams his arms, he's done. You have broken a gear. Yeah. He's no longer a Spirit exclusive now either. He is now a wholesale item with a better upgraded mechanism. So it's too bad that Spirit always gets the first models and they're always so faulty, and then then Tekky improves them, but then they're no longer available at Spirit, so it gives Spirit a little bit bad of a reputation for the quality of them. And it's not Spirit's fault. It's the first models of the animatronics, and the first versions are going to be faulty. That's just how it goes. So yeah, it's a jump scare. We've seen many jump scares before, but this is still a pretty original concept. So I give it that. Now, Harvester of Souls was a very good animatronic, but Tekky Toys, as of 2021, came out with something quite a bit cooler. Well, maybe that's a personal opinion, but Mr. Dark. Now, it's a jump scare prop, which we had seen many of, but this one takes a little bit of a different spin on jump scare animatronics. This is an animatronic that starts off at 4 feet tall and jumps to nearly 9 feet tall. We have never seen an animatronic jump that high before. This is this takes jump scares to a whole new level. This opens a whole new gate to see a bunch of new possibilities of what jump scare animatronics can really do. Huge success. Everybody wants this theme. This is like the most popular Spirit Halloween animatronic as of right now. It's just different. You know, Home Depot had been making all these 12-foot characters, and I think this is just Spirit's take on that. It's like, well, let's not make something that just stands 12 feet tall. Let's make something that jumps really high. It's not 12 feet, but it's good enough. I mean, how high do you want it to jump? You know, stores won't even be able to fit it. It barely fits in ours. It's like an inch away from from hitting our ceiling in our store. It's an incredible jump scare animatronic. It takes a long time to reset. That's the only downfall. But when it jumps up to 9 feet tall, what do you expect? I mean, amazing voice. I love the phrase. I love the music as it resets. Everything about it is perfect. It doesn't have to be super scary. I mean, it's scary enough the way it is, and it's called Mr. Dark because you put a spotlight on him when he is at the 4 feet position, and then he jumps up. He disappears into the dark when he jumps up. All you can see are the glowing eyes then. It's just a very creative animatronic. I can see this concept being used much more in the future. This is going to become overused, but this is the first of its kind. So that's what we're paying attention. That's what we've been paying attention to the whole time during this video. These were the first of this certain kind of these types of animatronics. This is what started this era and all that. So last year's model was very faulty because Tekky made the weird bad decision of mixing plastic and metal gears together, which that doesn't work. You cannot do that. But this year they changed it and made it all metal gears, so there's not as much issues with this year's model. And that's good because lots of people had unfortunately got bad models, and I got one that was factory defective that caused it to break right off the bat. So I'm glad they changed it and made it better. And this is something I can see Spirit's going to be selling for quite some time. It's just going to stay popular. So here's the mechanism of this thing. This thing could actually kill you if it I mean, it would cause some serious damage. It's got, look at these really strong tension springs, and then there's another spring inside that white cap there. The amount of force this thing has is just insane. And this is, you can tell Tekky didn't do all plastic. This is all metal. This wouldn't hold up for a second if it was plastic. There's the mech. That's all metal. This is this year's model. It's pretty insane. Tekky's back up there, man. That's the tech manufacturer. They're this not an original concept by any means. But at least the Tekky pop-up mechanisms aren't faulty anymore either like the zombie and the werewolf. Those always had issues. They broke down so much. The bag of bones, Tekky has been doing those mechs for years now, so they're not faulty anymore. That's the one at our store. You can see how it's so close to hitting the ceiling.
We already sold all the new ones of him.
You just can't get enough of Mr. Dark. He doesn't get boring or tiring. He's one of those animatronics that will live on forever and just last clip of Mr. Dark. I promise. Yep, the first year they came out, the teeth was always missing.
I know. I wasn't sure if he was gonna fit in the store.
So yeah, that's Mr. Dark. Now there's two more from Tekky I'm gonna show you, and then we're gonna move on to seasonal visions. So this is a Tekky animatronic that was initially supposed to be at Spirit Halloween in the 2016 through 2018 era. People have really made the discovery that it was meant to be 2018, but Spirit turned it down, and I will never understand why. And let me tell you, I was not happy because this is one of the most insane animatronics I have ever seen. It rises up and then its head like thrashes like crazy. It's like it's pure straight out of a Conjuring movie, like animation. Like it is so realistic. Like this gives possession. Like this gives an animatronic the real illusion of what a possession is like, and that's just so fascinating. Now, looking at this, you think the mech, the way it comes forward and then kind of rises up, you think it's like a complicated mech, but really it's not. There's not much to this animatronic if you look, because now Tekky just released this at Party City for this year of 2022. Why it's at Party City, it's always going to boggle my mind, and why it's not at Spirit. This deserves to be at Spirit, not Party City. I will never understand that. I am going to pretend the Party City chair girl is Spirit Halloween because I will not accept that it's a Party City animatronic. I just won't. But yeah, again, there's not much to this animatronic really as far as the mechanism. It's actually pretty simple. You strap it into a chair, and then there's a mech that just kind of slides forward, which kind of rises it up. And then the head twitching we've seen before on Rusty and stuff.
City?
So yeah, here's the one for this year at Party City.
You guys have to get there. Pick her up. Let's see how she looks.
Well, why is it not moving? It's the video.
Just got the rising woman from Party City.
Wait, why do I have two videos
playing? You guys have to get there.
Okay.
Pick her up. Let's see how she looks.
This one actually has a red light on it, which actually makes it really creepy. It's so cool. I'm so glad that this thing finally is finished. Oh, okay. But, yeah,
Just got the rising woman from Party City. She is insane. You guys have to get there. Pick her up. Let's see how she looks.
This scene is like probably one of the coolest, Tekky's making a lot of good shit now, so it's hard to say what's the coolest that they're making right now, because you've got Harvester of Souls, Mr. Dark, and this, and they're all such unique concepts. But, and they're not, their animatronics aren't as faulty anymore, so even better. But, this is, yeah. So, I believe this is the last Tekky animatronic I'm going to be showing you. This is a Home Depot one. This is the Goblin Thief. Now I'm showing this one because, for the longest time, Tekky animatronics were very limited with the animation they had, so they weren't really that amazing. They had no more than 2 animation, but Tekky's finally getting back to that animation type theme, like Rosemary, Gravedigger. This year, Home Depot has the Goblin Thief, which has multiple movement. It's got the moving mouth, moving head, and then it's got the jump scare. So it's got all this movement with they're finally doing that again. We're making something that does more than just a jump scare. It's got much more animation to it. It's a skeleton pops out of the sack that he holds. So yeah, I'm glad to see Tekky's really back on track, and who knows what we're gonna see in the next 10 years from them. This is a comparison between this is Spirit Halloween Hino's video. This is the Bag of Bones and the Goblin Thief. These both came out this year. They both have a skeleton in a sack that pops up. The Bag of Bones is at Spirit Halloween for $150, and the Goblin is at Home Depot for $150. The Bag of Bones is just a pop-up skeleton. The Home Depot one is a actual full life-size character with a pop-up skeleton. So yeah, a lot of people say, like, for that price, why would you get the Bag of Bones when you can get the Goblin? But it's impossible to get stuff from Home Depot, though. That's the problem, because everyone, as soon as this stuff becomes available, it's already sold out. I've had my Goblin on back order for over a month now, and it's just not coming back in stock. We don't have a Home Depot here where I live, so it makes it hard to get these things. It's even got Gravedigger's voice. So, unlike Gemmy,
Come closer, but watch your step, or you will be the next I collect.
So with Tekky, they did the opposite of Gemmy. They started off really strong, but then they got kind of weak, but then now they're at a strong point again, whereas Gemmy started super, super strong. They were way ahead of their time. But now their animatronics life sizes have sunk so much. They will never get back to where they are, I don't think. But yeah. Actually, before we jump into SVI, there's a few YJ ones I want to show you guys that I thought deserve to be mentioned as well. With YJ, there's really only like 4 or 5 animatronics for me to really go over that seem pretty advanced and very unique. I mean, well, YJ has always had unique concepts and all that stuff, but animation wise, they don't do any more than what Gemmy was doing. So I'm taking a look at the ones that were kind of different, So the one I have to give it to is Reaper of Souls from 2009. This is one of the most classic Spirit Halloween animatronics of all time that everyone wants to see come back. It also, was sold online from Spirit from 2009 all the way through, was it 2015, 17 even, maybe? It had a long, sale life. Only 2 animations, but again, the way they executed it, again, sometimes it's not the animation, sometimes it's how they use the animation that makes something really good. Great voice. Yeah. If I had went to Spirit in 2009, I could see that he would be one that I would own or would have bought maybe, but I probably would have. I got all the Rising props from the Tekky Rising props from 2009, but I think I might have, because I think I remember in 2009 when I got all that stuff from Menards when I was at that hotel. The Spirit Halloween there wasn't open yet. We didn't have a Spirit in Bismarck yet. there was a Spirit there, but I was gonna buy something from Spirit, but since they weren't open, I spent all that money at Menards. So this could have been one I ended up with. I'm not sure really. It would have changed my whole Spirit Halloween experience. Again, Demonica being one of the first animatronics I ever purchased from Spirit Halloween. Nothing's gonna replace that. It made a huge impact on my Spirit Halloween hobby or whatever you want to call it. So for this being one of YJ's earliest animatronics, Ripping Reaper Souls, that's why it deserves to be on this list, because YJ was pretty new to making animatronics at this point. This is 2009. The very first YJ animatronic really known is the Chin Up Zombie, which I'll show you here. An animatronic will never see the light of day ever again. Because of today's, somewhat cancel culture and just how sensitive it's. You'll see. This was YJ's first Spirit Halloween animatronic, 2007 and 2008. So the Ripping Reaper Souls came out after this, as well as Deadlift Zombie and All Boxed Up. Deadlift Zombie is really great too, but yeah, we've seen a lot of rising props, so that's why, yeah. But this is where YJ kind of started. And you can see probably why this thing will never ever come back. And unfortunately, to the ones of these that still do exist out there, they're not in good shape. It's completely latex, and their arms and everything is all deteriorated. They're just not in good shape anymore. He's got a noose around his neck, and he's hunting. He's pulling himself up and down, and he's screaming. And this was considered one of the most annoying animatronics of all time. The people who worked at Spirit Halloween when this was there could not stand it. And it is loud. There is no volume control on this. But, yeah. You can see why this won't ever come back. So this is, I guess you could say, this is one of the darkest animatronics we've ever seen at Spirit Halloween. Now this isn't YJ, this is made by Pelican, but this I could see is probably one of the most gory animatronics that Spirit has probably ever sold. It's literally a corpse that exposes his inner organs, which again is not something we'll probably ever see again from Spirit Halloween. If you think Halloween props now are disturbing and too disturbing, props now have no gore whatsoever. You think things are too evil or gory now? Go back to 2006, because this is what you'll find at Spirit Halloween. Spirit Halloween was originally not for kids. I swear, if I ever see someone online complain about how that Spirit Halloween is too disturbing and gory and creepy, this is a video I'll probably send them. Be like, go back to 2006 and look at this. You'll change your mind really fast. Now, again, I'm very limited on what I've picked for YJ, for what I've found to be advanced and unique features of YJ. Again, seeing all the things that Gemmy and Tekky were already making, so I wanted to pick something that was different beyond those two companies. And one of them I really thought deserves to be mentioned is the Misfortune Teller. It's got a unique concept. We don't have a lot of fortune teller animatronics either. And this one has a unique twist to it. Like, when I say twist, I literally mean twist. Her head twists around to reveal a second face, evil face, and she has a moving mouth on both sides of her heads, which is pretty actually interesting and really cool. Then she holds this globe, which is white when the normal face is talking, and then when it switches around, it turns red when it goes to the evil side. The only thing that's not good about this thing, two things: how the phrases are programmed to work, and the setup. This is the worst animatronic to set up of all time. Even Nightcrawler. This takes the cake of Nightcrawler too. It's horrible. The most tedious setup you could ever. building a chair is easier than this. Or something.
With knowledge comes peril, so you must beware. That is superior. Fortune. Fortune is your own fortune. Riches, wealth, gold, jewels, brilliant are the dreams of a fool.
So again, it has 3 misfortunes plus that intro that she does. But to hear the other phrases, you have to hit the button right after the first phrase. Otherwise, it doesn't even give you 5 seconds and it goes straight back to the intro. You'll never hear the other phrases. You have to hit the button as soon as the first phrase finishes. I don't like how they did that at all. See here, the globe is white. Then when she switches around, it's red. So basically this is how it is. You gotta hit it right away. Then you'll hear the other phrases. Now, I know people are like, what about Pumpkin Nest and all that? I mean, yeah, they're cool, but, they have what other animatronics have, a moving mouth and then a body just moves back and forth. So I didn't really focus on them too much, even though they are really cool and fan favorites, but, I don't know. I looked for the things that were more unique. I mean, I guess YG did make the first prop on a swing, the zombie girl, so I guess that was something new that had never been seen before, and then SVI took that concept and used it. But, so I guess that's a mention, too. But one I really thought was more interesting was the Witch of Stolen Souls. Another one of those witches that we don't get a lot of that has a decent amount of motion. The mouth moves and then the body tilts side to side. But then it has a unique concept with a lantern that has the hands of the stolen kids' souls that shake in it, which is very different. And the way they did the LEDs in this one is different too. It's not just light up or blinking eyes. They actually fade and pulse in and out slowly. It's very cool.
There's always room for another lost soul.
The lantern does get really annoying, but Spirit Halloween sold just the lantern that does that, but it gets so annoying. Doesn't mean it's not annoying.
You'll be even more with all the other little children.
See the pulsing eyes where they fade in and out. It only does it when the body tilts too.
Why does my lamp burn so brightly? It's for the souls of innocence.
She has 5 phrases, I believe. I'd like to see this come back someday. She's got a lot of relay switches in her body. She has like 3.
The spirits of lost children! Get them while they're hot and crunchy!
That mouth movement, like giving that bobblehead movement, really adds to it as well. Now, the only other YG animatronic that I thought was very different, is Deadly Roots. But, I always said, we're not looking at them for their faultiness. Deadly Roots is one of those animatronics that I can't see anything but how faulty it is. It was just a wreck. There's not one Deadly Roots that has lasted over a week of use. They were all horrible. I mean, we've only gotten really 2 life-size tree animatronics. This being one of them, and this being better than the other one. The other one was made by SVI. This one's cooler, but they never worked. Even this one from this video, the 2019 model, which I had hoped was the new and improved model, broke in 4 days of use. I got it in 2020. We do our Halloween display two nights a year, just 2 nights each year. So 2 nights in 2020, 2 nights last year, 2021. It broke on the second night of last year, so technically it only lasted 3 days of use. But basically what happens is the motor in the mouth will short out and malfunction, and it has the Pop and Goblin problem where smoke emerges out of it, and it's actually worse than the Pop and Goblin. It's more prone to doing this than the Pop and Goblin is, and he's already bad enough the way it was. This is worse, and again, most of them last a week tops, and they're done for. The mouthpieces in the mouth break very quick too. It's an animatronic I really like. It's got good animation, and it's a shame that its reputation made it so bad that I can't look at this and not. The only thing I can think of when I see this is a broken mouth and a fire. That's all that pops into my head when I see this because of how bad its reputation for quality is. It's a unique concept and it deserves more than that, but unfortunately the quality of this really ruined it. But again, looking past that, it's a good animatronic. It was something different that we hadn't seen before, so it still deserves its mentioning no matter what. It's got 4 phrases, and I like the phrases. I love the voice. I think it's amazing. If only it didn't break as much as it does. It's such a shame. Now, finally moving on to seasonal visions. We're almost done with this video. Almost. We got a ways to go, but I hope if you're still here, let me know in the comments because, oh my god, I apologize for this being as long as it is, but when you want to learn information about this stuff or get into detail, hey, this is what you got to focus on, I guess. I don't know. Now, seasonal visions. So, unlike Gemmy, Tekky, and YJ, Seasonal Vision started making a name for themselves at Spirit Halloween in 2009 with the Grinning Gertrude Witch, and then 2010 with Uncle Charlie. Now, they were good ideas and all that, but compared to Gemmy, Tekky, and YJ, they were way, way behind with technology. They were so far into the past yet. Like, quality was absolutely horrible. Movement was extremely generic. Movement like that you would see from the 80s motionettes. Just nothing more than that. The only thing that really stood out with the Seasonal Visions animatronics in that time period was the amazing face painting, the paint detail, and the sculpt of the heads. That's it. Everything else was completely lackluster. Horrible audio quality. Horrible movement, or just generic, nothing special. Horrible sensors. Again, only the detailing is what really stood out. That's it. 2014 is when they were up there with Gemmy, Tekky, YJ, their standards. So, 2012 their audio started getting semi-better, but they were still just generic side-to-side movement. Nothing that we hadn't seen before as far as animation. But 2014, their audio still wasn't the best, but everything else was much, much better. That starting with the Lurching Zombie, Lurching Werewolf. So, Lurching Vampire or Zombie was the first fully animated life-size from Seasonal Visions, featuring a moving head, moving mouth, body that bent forward, arm that bent upwards and out towards you, and then its head tilts back. Lots of animation there, 5 animations there. That's, they went from having just one generic movement to 5 movements here. Huge step up for SVI, and they weren't using crappy sensors anymore. So, Lurching Zombie is definitely one of SVI. Actually, it still remains one of their coolest, in my opinion. So yeah, that's Lurching Zombie. Here's Lurching Werewolf, which actually, it was not a Spirit exclusive. It was online only to Spirit, and it was sold. It was a wholesale one. You could find it on pretty much any Halloween retail shop, online store. It was in some generic Halloween store in 2017. So, this thing sold up until 2017. They both came out the same exact year, so. So yeah. So next we have for SVI that was really advanced and different was the Rising Creepy Doll. Now, at this time in 2015, we had seen a bunch of Rising props. So the Rising concept itself was nothing new or amazing. What it was amazing was, and even the year before, 2014, Seasonal Visions had a bunch of other Rising ones that did exactly the same thing, but what they did with this doll made it stand out so much more from any of the others or any Rising prop. Basically, it starts out with a innocent little voice where the eyes light up blue, and then the voice switches to an evil demonic voice where the eyes change to red, and the jaw then starts moving, and then it rises up, which is just totally creepy. Like, I think this could be considered Spirit Halloween's one of Spirit Halloween's most terrifying animatronics of all time, because it's just so perfect and creepy. It's just perfect. It works so well. And originally this came out in 2014 actually, so along with Lurching Zombie. But it was a small 3-4 foot Rising animatronic, but in 2015 Spirit took it, made it an exclusive, made it a 6 foot animatronic that rises up to almost 7 feet. So, it made it much creepier. Although it doesn't make sense that a doll is 7 feet tall, it's still creepy nonetheless.
Here, the Moonshine Zombie Girl already. It stopped going down completely. It really frustrates me.
Audio quality was much better too. 2014 model had much worse sound quality. So yeah, just looking at it with how it does what it does made it look so advanced compared to other animatronics we had seen in the past. It was just very well, the concept was very well designed and, very good concept. Very unique. Yeah. 2015 was also the year that they started incorporating the auxiliary or the external speaker hookup, where you could connect your own speakers to them to make them sound much better.
look good enough to eat. We can play hide and seek if you want to. You run, and I'll come find you. I love a good chase.
Now again, there was already 3 other Rising props prior to this. The Phantom, the Bog Reaper, and the Swamp Hag. But this one just had so much more uniqueness put into it. But the way it crouches down too, very, very different. Actually, Home Depot brought this smaller version back online only in 2016 or 17, but they messed it up. They made the red eyes the innocent voice and the blue eyes the evil voice. And they were pretty bad and defective too.
That's right. Here, let me stand up so I can see you better.
Ah, yes. Now I can see you. You look good enough to eat. We can play hide and seek if you want to.
So yeah. So as far as SVI, there's not really anything that seemed really different and interesting besides those two for quite some time. The thing with SVI is they constantly did the same things over and over again. They always tend to have more generic movement than they do movement that's, unique and different. Like the towering props, they always have the same side-to-side motion. There's nothing different about them. Different characters, but nothing different. It's something we've seen before. And then, I guess, 2018 is the next time I saw something that really caught my attention from Seasonal Visions. Now, 2018 was a really bland year for animatronics in general. There was just nothing in 2018 that stood out too much. And that's with all companies. They were just kind of all generic that year. Everything that was at Spirit Halloween and everywhere was something we've seen before. The same movements that we have seen. There's nothing new. The only one that stood out to me is Looming Strawman. It's another SVI lurching animatronic, but it's a little different than the previous ones we had seen. Instead of having just the one arm that's mounted to the body movement, it's actually got an individual mechanism that controls both arms that go forward, which made it more unique and different. Other than that, everything else was the same motion we've seen before. A lot of people's favorite from 2018 is Nightmare Harvester, but there's nothing different about him than Towering Clown. He has the same motion as Towering Clown. He's just got a bigger head. That's really all that is different about it. Michael Myers, was nothing compared to the Gemmy ones we saw. It just had a body turn and a stabbing motion. Even though it's still my favorite, it's not like it was new animation that we've seen before. It's another reused concept that's just generic and basic. So for me, Looming Strawman is the only one that really stood out in 2018. And it's from Seasonal Vision, so that's why, he's here. Most of them had a good mouth movement, some didn't, like this one, but again, he's my favorite of 2018 just because of that uniqueness. Hugs the Clown came out in 2018 too, and people might think he's more unique, but really he's really the same as the other lunging props, like the Lunging Reaper, which Seasonal Visions came out with, which did less than Lurching Zombie. It just had the moving mouth and then the arm that was mounted to the body. So really, it's still one movement. And Hugs is the same thing, just both arms reach out, not just the one. But this one, the arms actually snatch forward. It's a separate mechanism. And I tend to like things that have individual mechanisms, not, something that all the movements are connected to one mechanism. That doesn't really stand out to me. That's just the way of cheaping out, making, shortcuts, not investing as much money into an animatronic. It's just makes it just generic.
With just one touch, I turned this heart into rotten heaps. Maybe I can fix the same with you. You better watch out. I'm getting faster.
So that's where SVI was in 2018 as far as advancement. Even though it's not up to Lurching Zombie standard or anything like that, but it's still a little different. And it's that's all I can say about it. So basically, after that, the next one that comes to mind that's different and unique was this is when the LCDI thing started being used, 2020. The Wailing Phantom. It's the first animatronic to feature the LCD eyes. It's not the coolest one, but it's the first one, so that's why I feel I had to include it, because you do have to, when you look at these things, you gotta look at the ones where it originally came from. So, yeah, Wailing Phantom. And now the audio on this one, this is like the 4th Seasonal Visions animatronic that this audio was used on. So I think that's what made this significantly less unique. If they would have used new audio on this thing, it probably would have been much cooler. But the fact that it was reused audio that we've heard a lot, first being used on the Rising Phantom from 2014, then the Hooded Ghost from 2015, which just moved side to side. It was dumb to use that audio on it, but yeah. I like the audio. It's just we had heard it so many times before, though.
Come here this way. No matter. You will have an eternity to mourn the mistakes you have made. Now that you're here, you can never leave.
So yeah, that's Wailing Phantom. Not too much to say about it, besides it's the first one with the LCD eyes. Now all the companies are moving to that, So SVI was, even though they were very behind compared to what the other companies were doing, they were the first to jump on this. So, they made their mark in the industry. Yeah. And actually, SVI is one of the most dominated Halloween companies now. Their animatronics are everywhere, every store. Whereas the early 2000s, it was only Gemmy. Whereas now it's a majority of it is SVI. So they have taken over. SVI and Tekky have taken over the industry with Halloween animatronics. Gemmy is at the top as far as lighting and inflatables. But besides that, SVI and Tekky has beaten Gemmy as far as animatronics. Now this is another SVI 2020 animatronic featuring LCD eyes. This one isn't as well liked just because of people don't like the audio on it. But to me, it's more unique than the Wailing Phantom because it was used in a more unique way. It covers its eyes and then reveals its eyes spinning all crazy, which is a really cool concept. It's just the phrase has kind of ruined it for people. But looking past that, I'd say it's a really unique and different animatronic. This is the first kind of animatronic we've seen like this.
Where'd everyone go? I can't see.
Really good.
I can't see because I have my eyes closed. But I'll keep them open to see where you run away.
That probably has
You can run.
the most unique LCD eyes. Pretty much all the eyes are just the eyes that blink and move around, but this is like that swirly thing, which is the only time we've seen this so far.
But you can't hide.
I like the arm movement. I like the body bending. I love the animation on this. That's again the whole reason of this video. That's what we're looking at here.
Halloween is so frightening. I can't bear to watch scary things. I'm such a sensitive soul. Perhaps you will come closer and keep away our boogeyman.
So yeah, it's Peekaboo Clown, and I don't really, the phrases don't really bother me too much, to be honest. I really don't care. It's got good animation, and I don't know. Generally, the phrases don't even bother me, so I guess that's another personal opinion, but yeah. Now we're gonna take a look at two other kinds. This is the Rotten Rainmaster. I think this might have been 2019 actually, but Spirit Halloween got these in 2020. But there's four versions. There's the Rainmaster with the girl in the cage, Rainmaster with the clown in the cage, Cagey the clown with the clown in the cage, and Cagey the clown with the girl in the cage. And each one has different phrases. This was another somewhat new concept. Featuring a kid that shakes around in a cage. It was kind of different.
My little friend here had dreams of joining the circus, where all her wishes would come true. How's that working out for you?
So I'd say it's fairly unique, and there's quite a bit of animation there, even though literally this is one of the themes that I don't typically like as much. Like, the head movement is connected with the body turn, so it's not a separate mechanism of any kind. It's just all one, but it's still got a really decent amount of animation, though. So I think it deserves to be mentioned. I don't really know, which versions I prefer over the others. It's hard to choose. And then there's this one, Mr. Happy, I believe, which has a girl in the cage. He's holding it behind his back, which doesn't make sense as much, but it's still a cool concept, I guess. So yeah, it's this is Cagey the clown with the clown. This is the one we had set up at our store in 2020, and unfortunately it had a manufacturer defect straight out of the box. One of the levers was like too tight or something, so the body couldn't turn, and then the clown in the cage motor malfunctioned and fried. But yeah, I do like this one though. He's a little freakier looking to me than the Ringmaster. So, yeah, and then there's the one with the girl in the cage. Yeah, okay, so these did come out in 2019. These are the tug-of-war clowns. These are, these were kind of a new concept. They're two clowns pulling and fighting on a girl. It's one of those animatronics I guess we never really saw before this, so it was different.
You must not be pulling hard enough. I don't hear her screaming anymore.
So I like there was two versions, the red and black one with the clown with the pointy nose, and then there's the black and green one, which I think I like the black and green one a little more, just because the green color scheme on clowns isn't as common as the red coloring scheme on clowns. That's used a lot.
Makes artwork so much more enjoyable. Yeah! Scream along, everybody!
So yeah, that's tug of war. So here's the prototype ones that were at the Halloween and Party Expo. I like these the most. I like that they're looking straight at each other since they're technically talking at each other. It doesn't really make sense that they have the heads turned on the produced models. Plus, I like the outfit the most on the point. The outfit on the pointy clown that this is in looks creepier than the ones that was produced. It just looks better. It fits the face better. So yeah. So here in 2021 at Spirit Halloween, we got Buzzsaw, which I think is a good animatronic that definitely, is up there with uniqueness. I mean, it's got the generic side-to-side movement that a lot of seasonal visions have, but I think he's one of the cooler ones because he has the spinning buzzsaw, and that really adds to it, and it's got really good mouth movement too. So I think it deserves to be mentioned, and yeah.
Don't forget to duck, or you'll be a dead duck.
Phrases are great. I love the voice. It's probably one of my favorite animatronics of last year because of the voice and phrases.
You ever have an itch that you just can't scratch? Here, let me help you with that. Think fast. You have to be faster than that.
He has 6 phrases total, but yeah. Then Baphomet from last year is another one that needs to be mentioned. It's got a lot of good animation. Arm that moves his scythe upwards, moving head and body and moving mouth. So there we've got 4 animations there, which is good. Right now, SVI is pretty much at the top of their peak, and 2021 was a really good year for them, and they really opened a new door of possibilities of what they can do with animatronics. With the next one I'll be showing after this. Phrases are great. The background music is... everything about this is really good. The only thing people don't like about it is the cheap jaw that it has, but other than that, it's a solid animatronic to me. Look, we'll do one more phrase and then we'll move on to the next one. So yeah, that's Baphomet. Oh. Now we're taking a look at Grimm. Grimm pretty much is where the standard for animatronic needs to be always. This is going back to the early 2000s from Gemmy animatronics, but advancing the mechanisms a little more. You know, it's the first animatronic to ever feature servo motors. So again, unlike all the other SVI animatronics that have a moving head, or a body that turns side to side, and there's a head and moving arms that move with it, but all that those moving arms and heads are usually just connected to the motor, the body motor turn, so they're not actually separate mechanisms. With Grimm, these are all individual functioning mechanisms for each of these moving features, which is what makes it really stand out, and this is what I love to see in animatronics. Has 3 phrases, but the movement, this is the most realistic moving animatronic that has ever been seen. It's it's still being sold. This is 2022, so this is where the animatronics need to stay, the standard for these things. And eventually, it could go above this.
Something in the backyard. But we'll have loads of fun while they're gone. The night is young,
so yeah, he has moving eyes, a moving head, a moving mouth, a moving body, and a moving arm. But the eyes don't just like move one direction. They move side to side, but they've also got an up and down too. And then the head turns, but it also tilts. With these moving eyes, you can really, even though it's just a plain skeleton, you can really see like expression in the face while he's talking. It's programmed so well. The only thing not good with this animatronic is the sound quality, but that's it.
You best be careful where you tread on this dark night. You don't know who you will run into. Creatures and creeping crawlies.
This is, even though this is a cheap budget animatronic, this is turned out to professional type. Because there are professional animatronics that have movement just like this.
until we own this nut. Are you with me? Tonight is ours. And you terrorize the living until we own this nut. Are you with me? Halloween is ours. None of us. And it will terrorize the living until we own this nut. Are you with me? Tonight is ours.
So that's Grimm. So since Grimm's release, there has been multiple other animatronics already released with servos. Home Depot has already had 2, and there's 2 for the others for this year, which I'm going to quickly show you those. But yeah. So last year, Home Depot also came out with the Inferno Reaper, which is has servos in the head, but it doesn't have moving eyes or a moving arm like Grimm, but it's still pretty cool. It's got more lighting features than Grimm. Okay, and then now this year Home Depot has another one like that one that's Smoldering Reaper of Souls, which is 8 feet now, not 6 feet. Much bigger, but only has head movement, only servos in the head. So, but it's still, the audio is amazing, the lighting is still good. I have it. I love this animatronic.
Stop where you tread, you are gone far enough. Or if you tread further, I cannot guarantee you will ever return. If you value life, you should turn back now. Don't say I didn't warn you.
The background music is, I love it. Here's another servo animatronic that we got for this year that's available through Morris Costumes. It's Servo Crone Witch. We haven't seen really animated witches in quite some time, and this is, a good newer one. This is probably one of the coolest newer ones we've gotten in a while. Well, Tekky has some pretty good ones too, but this is the most animated of any recent witch animatronic. So, yeah, she's got a lot of movement too, so I like it. One more servo animatronic. So this is another Seasonal Visions animatronic that sold at Spirit, exclusive at Spirit for this year of 2020. It's not actually part of the display, which is a shame, but stores are still putting it up anyways. It's a filler, but animatronic. It's another servo one, and this one's really cool too, just like Grimm. It's got this unique body tilt thing that we've never really seen much of before, and it's a scarecrow. This is probably one of the most animated scarecrows, besides the Harvester that came out in 2011 by Tekky Toys. This is probably one of the most animated scarecrows we've ever seen. So,
Alright, set him up!
Oh my god! Toys head shot up.
That was so great. I liked how it did that.
Oh, I like that. How do people not like this one?
He's so amazing.
The mouth is so cool.
So yeah, those are all the servo animatronics that are out as of now. But actually, Costco has one. I think it's a 12-foot one Reaper with a servo head with digital eyes.
I know. He should be in there.
But
No, Andrew?
Yeah, we're not gonna. These are gonna servo animatronics are gonna be around for quite some time. They ain't going anywhere anytime soon. We're gonna be seeing this so much with animatronics now. I know eventually we'll start seeing this incorporated with some jump scares, probably. These SVI animatronics have a good future ahead of them. I don't think we have to worry about SVI falling like Gemmy did. So yeah, actually, I know there's more servos coming out next year. So yeah. Now, before I finally get into that top 10 that I was talking about at the beginning, the top 10 most advanced and innovative animatronics of all time, all the ones that we went through, the top 10. There's a few honorable mentions that I kind of forgot to talk about while I was going through. One from Gemmy and one from Tekky that I kind of forgot about. So we're going to look at the Gemmy one. And the Gemmy one is the life-size Hannibal Lecter from 2008. Another amazing licensed character. It was very unique. Well, it had a body turn, which is, Gemmy had done a few times already with the Jason and Leatherface, but this one had a more interesting, unique concept. Instead of the eyes moving side to side, they actually move up and down, which is Gemmy has never made another animatronic with eyes that move up and down. This is the only one. And then it's got a unique feature to it where the mask over its face flips down. That's also something we've never seen another of. Besides the face ripper that rips his face down. Other than that, that's all we've seen. So I saw this in person at Spencer's. I saw this, the Crawling Dawn of the Dead, and the Headless Bride. I saw these in person at Spencer's 2008. And when its eyes looked down at me, it was weird. I thought it was actually looking right at, I thought it had sensors in it where its eyes looked at you. It was so, different and interesting. It's got 8 phrases, I believe, too. There's some phrases where the mask doesn't come down. Now, actually, also, originally, it was supposed to have a moving head. This body turning thing is actually head movement. Some collector once customized it. This body turn is actually head turning programming. The body turn was supposed to be kind of like the Jason, where the body turns towards you and the head moves side to side, but they scrapped the head movement. I guess it was unnecessary. It looks kind of weird with head movement, not gonna lie. Especially it having the face mask thing. It's not something that really... The twitching body thing looks like he's struggling to get out, which... Yeah, it didn't need the head movement, but it was something that it was originally going to have that was scrapped.
I have legal conditions of my own.
So yeah, that's Hannibal Lecter that I forgot to mention.
Closer.
So yeah. Now this is the Tekky one that I forgot to mention. This is the, it goes by 2 names. The Exterminator or the Zombie Flamethrowers. Sold last year, 2021, and this year, 2022 at Party City. I'm definitely going to get my hand on one of these this year. Last year, this thing was nearly impossible to get. It just was not... You weren't able to really find it. You got really lucky if you did. But it's another animatronic that uses a fog machine. Now, I know I said the fog machine thing was kind of overused, especially ones that spit at you. And this does do that, but it's a little more unique because it's not out of the mouth or it has a flamethrower, and the fog shoots out of the flamethrower. And there's lights in there, red lights that make it look like an actual flame as the fog is coming out. And then there's a face in the helmet, and it illuminates the face green, and it's a skull face in there. So it's really another one of those really creative animatronics that definitely deserves to be remembered and mentioned.
In a sec so you can see the demo in the dark, but let's try out the fog nozzle.
See, there's the light. See, there you go. There was no one else I forgot. No, just kidding.
Overall, I love this animatronic.
So yeah.
The theme.
So now it is time for the mentioning of the top 10 of the most advanced and innovative animatronics of all time. This is a mixture of different time periods, so, and a little bit of from each company too, because I had to, a lot of these animatronics have the same amount of animations, 5, 4, 3, but I really had to take a look what makes these things stand out and why I ranked them the way I did. This does not at all go by personal favorites. There's no bias to these. It's strictly looking at the animation these things have. That's it. Before I do the top 10, there is the honorable mention ones, which are the Grave Rising series. So, and that includes all of them. The Gemmy, Skeleton and Witch, Demonica, the Howler. They all have the same amount of movement. The head turning, the head tilt, Howler with the mouth movement, the Witch, the Skeleton, the up and down. Very animated, very creative. They were amazing animatronics. They definitely, they're an honorable mention. They're not part of the top 10, even though Demonica is my favorite animatronic of all time. That's why I'm telling you, this is not biased. There's 10 other animatronics I feel like that deserve to be over these, because again, we've seen rising animatronics time and time again, though these are the most animated versions of rising animatronics, but there's still other things that their concepts were much more unique and impressive. So number 10, I have Gravedigger. And again, the only reason I have him is because he was the first fully animated life-size we had ever seen from Tekky Toys, with lots of movement, and so I think he deserves to be known as that. It was Tekky's big step up from where they had come from, and in a really early time too, 2011. That's it's pretty good for 2011 standard. So then we have at number 9, Broken Spine Girl. I know a lot of you are probably gonna wish it was more towards the top 1 or 3, but again, I had to take a look here and be like, how many animations does it have? It's only 3, but it's still in the top 10 though. Regardless, it's still the top 10, and it's very unique. It's got an animation that hasn't been done. It's only been done only one other time with Menacing Molly, but she has less animation than Broken Spine Girl. So Broken Spine Girl is still much more unique. And for 2014, that was a very advanced mechanism. So the ranking, I feel, is still good enough. So number 8. Jesus, sorry, my numbers on here are so horrible, because I originally had these in different placements, but then I changed it. Okay, number 8 is that Gemmy Cauldron Witch from 2007 through 2011 or whatever. Just because, again, it's one of the most animated life-size witches we had ever seen. It's the most realistic witch that you could get, especially for 2007. It was so much animation, and yeah, it was just good. I feel like it deserves to have the place that it does. We don't get witches very much anymore, and like I said, they're not very animated. The ones we do get, they're just not appealing for a lot of people anymore. 7 is, I guess, kind of the same thing, but it's still good. It's the Fortune Witch, which is yeah, it's the same thing, but kind of with the spirit ball. So it's still pretty creative. Having two different themes, animatronics combined in one. So I guess that's why I kind of put that there. Number 6, I put the Deadeye Drakes, and it's a preference whether you prefer the cartoony version or the Deadeye Drake. Either way, they have tons of animation. They're classic pirates, which we don't really have much of any, and they're still early 2006, 7 through 2009, so they're still very early animatronics and have tons of animation for the time period they came out. So I feel like they deserve their ranking on that for being what they are and what they did. So that was 6. So number 5, originally I had Gravedigger at number 5, but I feel like there was way better ones than Gravedigger. 5, I put Lurching Zombie, that being because he was the first fully animated Seasonal Visions animatronic. That was a huge step up for Seasonal Visions. It was very animated. It's one of the most realistic moving zombies animatronics we have ever gotten. So that's why I put him at number 5. Number 4, let's see. I have Rosemary. So, I feel like, even though she has the same amount of animation as Gravedigger, her concept is much more unique than Gravedigger. She has that jump scare. She's just creepier. Her idea is, the concept of her is just better than Gravedigger's. Gravedigger is just another one of those talking props. But Rosemary has different elements to it. It's a girl chewing on a brain, and it has all this animation. It leads from one animation to another. It has things that constantly keep you interested into it. It was very different. It was an animatronic that displayed different animations and how much you could add on to an animatronic. Again, it does one animation at a time, and then it does it all together. It does the bending where it chews on the brain, the moving mouth, the turning head, then the eyes illuminate, then the jump scare. It's just got so much uniqueness to it that it deserves to be number 4 on the list. Number 3, I have the Brain Monster, the Gemmy Brain Monster from 2006, and that I've said it, so I've talked about it a lot in the beginning. The blinking eyes, all the animation it has for a 2006 animatronic, you couldn't get any more advanced than that. That was like the top as far as you could go for 2006 when I really think about it. I mean, so many of you people watching didn't even exist yet, and technology was just so weak yet at the time. And just knowing that there was an animatronic like that at Walmart in 2006 is just incredible. It's so crazy to think about that. And then the 2020 Michael Myers. So Brain Monster is number 3, top 3. 2 is the 2010 Freddy Krueger that was at Spirit Halloween. Again, because it's the most animated Gemmy life size of all time. It has the most movement. It is one of the creepiest Gemmy life size animatronics of all time. Again, the voice, the song, the way it moves while it's. I said, when Grissom Granny, there's, specific audios having specific movements at certain times really adds to an animatronic, and Freddy Krueger is that perfect example for that. Again, people hate the movie, hate the version of Freddy, but that still doesn't take away from how creepy the voice is, the music, the animation that it was put into it. That is the furthest Gemmy has ever went with a life-size animatronic, and that's as far as they went, and that's where they stopped. That's when they started going back down, reusing things we've always seen, nothing different after that. So, which leads to number 1, Grimm, because, again, it's the first servo animatronic that we had ever seen, and it's opened that element to all new animatronics. We're going to see a whole new genre of animatronics through Grimm. It's got about the same animation count as the Freddy Krueger, but it's more advanced. You know, it's got servos. Servos was only used on professionals animatronics before. Now it's being used on cheap budget ones. That's great. That's, you know, this is where the animatronics should be in today's, you know, generation, you know, because again, seeing how advanced these Gemmy ones were and how lackluster they've become over time, and just doesn't feel right. They should be so much better than what Gemmy was doing in those early years. And unfortunately, for a while, there was just a huge, drastic decline. And now these companies are finally taking it back up to where they need to be. So, you know, what really makes an animatronic a good animatronic? And that's Grimm has what an animatronic needs. So, those are my top 10. You can let me know if you agree or disagree with those picks. But again, I set aside my bias and what I liked the most. This had nothing to do with that. This was me strictly looking at the movement in these themes and how unique they were. So, before I end the video, there was that one more professional scale animatronic version of Grimm that I was talking about. I'm going to show you that. Alright, so, and if I had to pick another honorable mention, it would be Mr. Dark, just because he takes jump scare props to a whole new level. Again, jumping from 4 feet to like almost 9 feet, that's really impressive. But I didn't really include jump scare props because in the end, they do somewhat do the same thing. It's just a quick jump scare. So I tried to look at things that had the most movement and things that were just really different. And for the time periods they came out. And jump scare animatronics have been around for a while now. Again, they started in 2007, but yeah. Now here's that skeleton. I don't think this has a full body. I think this was just the head, but literally Grimm is literally this as a cheaper budget. But there are other skeletons that have a full body that has the movement Grimm has. But this video I saw for the first time on YouTube in 2007, so it was really intriguing.
Come in. Don't be afraid. Our seance is just about to begin. Spirits, we summon you to join us this night. What's that? I thought I felt something. Oh, someone. Spirits, if you wish to join us, give us a sign. Knock 3 times if you are there.
Now, so yeah, I don't know. This is a servo animatronic, and this was something they had in 2007. I believe, yeah, Skulltronics has that booth at Transworld every year. They have all those servo heads and stuff. It's pretty interesting, but they're extremely expensive. Very expensive.
Knock 3 times if you dare. Oh dear.
The color changing eyes is really cool. See, that's an element I would like to see added to Grimm someday, that having those color changing eyes and be it, you know, switching from, you know, calm to threatening and things like that. That's kind of where that creepy rising doll, that's what made her so creepy and cool.
You're here now. They won't rest until they've succeeded in making you one of them. Flee quickly, or remain here forevermore.
Here's a pirate skeleton one.
Gather near for the time of me terror's night. Hornswaggle, betrayed by the crew knights. After hide,
so it's really cool that we're seeing
from the plunder of poor murdered souls laid to rest.
And Grim is easily customizable too. You can put him in any costume on him and make him a different. Not he doesn't have to be just a plain skeleton. You can put a costume on him. People have done it. People have actually customized and changed the phrases on it too.
Would lead down by a rope round me waist, with the chest in the arms, to the depths of this place. There's none left me to die here, marooned and alone, left to guard this here treasure till the rats chew me bones. But of all of these horrors, one still beats the rest. What occurs when I open this damned cursed chest?
So yeah, there's 2 examples of a customized Grim. Actually 3. Someone I think on the Spirit Halloween fan club or whatever made him more of like a corpse. He looked more like a corpse and like added a lot of detail to it. But this is really cool.
You don't know who you will run into. Creatures and creepy crawlies lurk out from every shadow. Why, I was just hiding in your closet with the other skeletons. Perhaps we let them all out for some fun.
Here's another one, Hacked Grim, where it's literally a pirate.
And then there be thundering eyes burning in their window. Wait until Lord. Set culture together and keep your money in your Lord. That is the best way to get our orders. And mark out word ladies. Dead men tell no tales. The secret adventures inside the lights, eh? Sure, you've come to the proper place. But keep your weather eye on mates, and hold on tight, with both hands if you please. There be squalls ahead, and Davy Jones was waiting for them. What don't you obey?
I'm so glad I remembered this before I ended the video because this is something I did want to be part of the video. There's 3 animatronics from Crazy Create I want to take a look at. Crazy Create animatronics are not too different from Tekky animatronics, so the uniqueness there is very unique ideas, but most of them are pretty much exactly the same as what Tekky has done, but there are a few that are different from Tekky, and this is one of them, Demonic Dahlia, Spirit Halloween exclusive 2019 and 2020, animatronic that sits down, and then it jumps up, so it looks like it's sitting down and it jumps up. So it's the first animatronic to have a sit-to-stand type mechanism like that. We have never seen an animatronic go from sitting to standing like that before. And there's 2 of them. There's Demonic Dahlia and then there's Jack Straw. 2020 model was not as good. It was slow. Kind of like that, but worse. But there's some better videos of her.
I told you to stay away.
Yeah, it's a very creepy animatronic, and this was definitely something different. And yeah. The creepy laugh is really good too. Connected to big external speakers, it's really creepy and it sounds amazing.
I told you to stay away!
So yeah, that was That was so loud that someone called the cops because he did that in the middle of the night and it woke everyone in the neighborhood up. It's insane. So that was Demonic Dahlia. This is Jack Straw. Some people like him more because he has an additional feature where his arms also pops up with him. It's just a cable chain that pulls on its head and arms. So, but I like him. I also really like his laugh too.
Oh, she got stuck. This one pops up fast. Our store display started popping. See, you can't.
I told you to stay away.
And here's Jack Straw with the speakers. Yeah, it's okay.
So yeah, then there's one other Crazy Creator one I want to show. And that is Henry Hustle. Though he's another pop-up prop, which we've seen many times before, it's also a new concept at the same time because it's the first animatronic we've seen that has another head hiding underneath on the inside, so it pops up revealing a second head, this is the kind of jump scare animatronics I want to see more of. Love his phrases. He has 3 phrases. He has probably one of the highest quality audio voices I have ever heard. It is amazing. I love the voice actor of this too. The laughing, I love the laughing too. Everything about this I really like. Now, the only thing is their pop-up was actually really slow because the springs they came with, if you wanted them fast, you had to stretch them out before you put them into the mechanism. And a lot of people didn't know that, so the pop-up was very weak and slow. So it made him not sell as well as he would have if he was just fast from the start without having to do that. So unfortunately, he didn't make a return to Spirit Halloween in 2022 because of that, because people turned away from buying him because of how slow his pop-up was. But in this video here, Jaden put a spring from a pop-up zombie, which we saw in 2013, 2014, which perfect now. And I did it with mine too. It's perfect. I couldn't like it more.
Step right up and pick a card. It seems you've picked the card of death. Wanna play a hand? Stakes are high, and you may lose your life. Time for a trick. Remember this card. It'll be the last thing you'll ever see.
Detailing is great. The face is really good too. Like, there's a lot of detail put into it. Again, I'd like to see more like this.
Step right up and pick a card. It seems you've picked the card of death.
This is the last animatronic we're going to take a look at, and this video is done. But this is another animatronic for the 2022 season, so that's Spirit Halloween. Now, I don't think it's not really like something we haven't really seen before. It's another jump scare animatronic, but its neck snaps to the side. Now, I know this is probably one of the least innovative things we've probably looked at on this list, especially since we've seen jump scare animatronics over and over again. But overall, I still think it's a nice, even though you can physically tilt your head the way this does, and it's supposed to be some weird gory prop. This is online only as well, unfortunately, so it's probably not gonna have the best. Well, people love it. It should be in stores, but Spirit nowadays is too afraid to put gory, disturbing props into their stores, is what we've come to realize. You know, that they keep these types online only now. But it's still pretty cool. Her pose is pretty cool too. But she's basically another demonic Dahlia too. She looks just like it. But her head snaps to the side, and that's the only animation she has. So she has like one animation, but like, so again, it's the least advanced of all the animatronics we've looked at today. But still different though. That's basically why I'm showing it. It's also crazy creative. At least, I can't see any other company that this would be by. The detail... See, Crazy Create has some good detailing in their animatronics. So that's... When you see a Crazy Create animatronic, you know it. But you also know it if you see what the setup is like. So yeah, that's the Widow, neck snapping woman. So yeah, we have finally come to an end of this video. I hope you guys really enjoyed this. I hope you learned a lot from this. I hope this gave you a new perspective of how this stuff started, and it was interesting and entertaining for you guys. If you made it through the video, the whole video, please put a comment. Make yourself known. You need to be recognized for sticking through a video this long. Seriously. So yeah, share your opinions. I want to, you know, I really like sharing this. The reason these videos get so long is I like sharing this stuff with people that didn't get to experience this stuff the way I did. So I want this stuff to be remembered. I want this to live on through generations. That's why I do videos like this, because if it hadn't been for me making these videos, these things would have been forgotten. You know, you go look up Spirit Halloween 2010. Besides my videos, how many videos of 2010 through 2012 can you find? Probably not much that aren't my video. There was quite a few back then, but it was so long ago, there's hardly any existence of this stuff. Especially when we went way back to the 2006 era. There's nothing on this stuff, really, from when they were in stores, really, and I'm the only one trying to keep this stuff alive and up to date and remembered. This stuff should be remembered. It was very exciting. This was a new thing. It wasn't popular back then, but it was something new. Look at what this stuff has become. You know, so it needs to be remembered for how it started and how it has evolved. Even if that has downgraded a bit with uniqueness and stuff. For a while, this stuff was lackluster. And Hanformer's video, a Gemmy case study, really explained everything that really happened and why things went the way they did with this type of stuff. So yeah, but it's so amazing to see this community turn out the way it has, because again, my time as a kid, there wasn't other people interested in this stuff. I really didn't have friends that I could connect to with this stuff. You know, yeah, I had friends still, but but they weren't interested the way I was. When I had all the floating ghosts, my friends, we would come in here, hang out in here for hours. It was entertaining enough to just sit here. It was so cool seeing all these things move, but they still didn't get into it as much as I was. And so meeting someone that was into this stuff, it wasn't, you couldn't do it. Now there's probably there's like 100 new people in the community every day. Majority of them being kids getting into this stuff, but back then you had to make your own friends and you had to, adjust your interests a little bit to try to fit in with other people, because you couldn't find other people that liked this stuff or understood these things. So it's changed a lot. Now there's people like Brick Thunder and that Nate guy, which is actually changing the community even more. Because they're positive influences of this stuff. Their channels are really good for kids to watch, because I've watched a lot of their videos, and it's the best way to get introduced to this stuff. I mean, it shows their enthusiasm with this stuff is really contagious. I've always people like my videos because I was always so enthusiastic in my old videos, and my channel's more of an archive because my channel's the only one that goes way back. But Nate and Brick Thunder are a little bit more known to the public now than I am, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't really care. I'm glad someone else is making this stuff known. I mean, because prior to 2020, there was not 4-year-old kids going into Spirit Halloween, buying life-size clown animatronics. That just was not a thing that happened back in the 2010 era. That didn't that wasn't a thing. It just didn't happen. It's really weird now seeing how crazy Spirit has gotten. 2,000 people lining up at the corporate store in New Jersey. People arriving there a week early for opening day, and then 2,000 people showing up to get in line to see what Spirit Halloween is selling for this year. It's just, it's insane to see where this has gone. It's just it's unreal. My parents never, ever, when I was a kid, never thought this would ever go anywhere or be like this. So, yeah, it's such a weird thing that just kind of happened. That probably wasn't meant to happen, and there was me that kind of started it. But I guess I gotta say my favorite people in this community that do this stuff would be probably Brick Thunder, that Nate guy, just because again they're really good role models to follow. I like that they're really good with their fans. I've met them in person, so I'm not just seeing them from behind a screen. I got to know how they are in person is exactly how they are in their videos. There's people who put up a fake persona for their YouTube channel and they're not who they, act online, but these people are who they are in person online. They're really nice to their fans. Nate guy was stuck for 2 hours at Flagship taking pictures with fans. He could not move, that poor guy, but he did it. He did it for his fans, and he was happy the whole time. I just kind of watched and observed it, and honestly, I think I had more fun watching him interact with his fans than a majority of the events that Spirit provided. I just like seeing people be really nice and good with their fans and just be so uplifting with this kind of stuff, But if I had to choose a president for this Halloween industry, if there was a such thing, it would be Hanformer. Don't even have to think about it. Anytime he makes a video, a case study video, or what happened to Spirit Halloween, everything is so spot on. It's perfect. The editing is perfect. He's so like open. Like there's the people that jump right to bashing things that they don't like, whereas Hanformer takes the better approach. He's more mature about things. He doesn't just complain about things. And that's where change happens. If you just complain about everything, companies are not going to cater to you. They're not going to care. But if you take it like with Hanformer's approach, where you're still respectful about it and you express your opinions in a mature manner, companies will be more open to listening to that than you bashing them for what they're doing. And I had a conversation with some of the employees at Flagship, the manager of the Flagship store, Anthony. And I asked him, what are your thoughts of the people that are complaining about this year's lineup? I've seen online people are just not impressed by it. What do you have to say? I said this. I didn't get it on camera because but this is something I said to him. And he said, no matter what we do, there's always going to be people that complain. Nothing's going to be, you can't please everybody. This is a community where we've gotten hard to please when it comes to these things again. So they try to do their best to make us happy, but in the end, it's impossible to give us all what we want. They did their best. They had that survey 2 years ago asking us what kind of animatronics we wanted to see. I suggested more advanced movement animatronics that have lots of motion, and here comes Grimm. We got that. They are listening to what we want. They're trying their best. Inflation has played a big part in why the animatronics for 2022 at Spirit has felt so lackluster, because unfortunately for companies to get by in these hard times after the pandemic, all they can really do is cut corners to make things work. They may not want to, and I heard it from my manager. Spirit tried the hardest to avoid inflation this year. They tried their hardest to avoid that, and but it still affected them. And company after COVID, there's not enough employees working in these factories anymore. It's hard to keep up with these things. There's shortages everywhere because there's just not enough employees that want to work. People just want to sit at home. Things fell apart. Things are falling apart in this world right now. So that's going to affect the effort that's put into these animatronics too. So that's where we're at. That's why it is what it is. I mean, I also brought up inflation to Anthony, and he said, well, it's a thing. So I mean, yeah, so again, yeah, I was just curious what he thought about the people that just sit there and complain about these things. Yeah, it's not, some of this stuff is nowhere near what it was 15 years ago, but they're still trying their best. Spirit does try to listen to their fans. We've seen that. And think about it this way. Yes, Home Depots and Party City sometimes with their lineup, looks like they are dominating Spirit, but just remember that Party City and Home Depot doesn't do the things that Spirit does. They don't have a flagship grand opening. They don't do this huge surprise ceremony thing. Spirit does much more than you realize. And me going to flagship really changed my perspective on Spirit and how they do things. I do still think some of the rules that Spirit has are kind of ridiculous working from my store, I guess. They're very picky and particular with where things go in the ISEs. There's some very weird specific rules that you have to follow that I don't quite understand or get what. But regardless, my view of Spirit Halloween kind of changed after going to Flagship and actually visiting with some of these corporate guys and seeing for myself what all they do to put all this on. That the work they put into those ISEs, even if they don't really correspond with the props very well, there is a lot of detail and a lot of concepts put into those ISEs. Lots of money goes into that. And it's something they have to work on all year. They don't get a break from working on that stuff. And this year's ISE has more visual effects than we've ever seen. So they're they do their best to advance the themes as much as they can too every year. So, Spirit does more than what people really realize. Yeah, I mean, they have to get millions of products in, well, I guess not millions, thousands of products in stores every year. Costume, they're mainly a costume shop. Animatronics is just a small portion of their revenue. Their profit really comes from all the costumes they sell every year. So their main focus is going to be costumes and accessories that go with the costumes, and then decorations. So it's a lot of work to get all this theme prepared, and being 1 year is actually not a lot of time. We know how fast years go by. So really, it's all limited time. They have a limited time to get all this stuff ready each year. So, and the Spirit's not going down anytime soon. They have a movie coming out which is promoting their company even more. Spirit Halloween's going to be even more popular than ever when this movie comes out. So, again, Halloween is where it's going to be in the next 10 years is probably something we can't even see. We're probably, things are going to get insane. Like the community's too big for this stuff. That's a majority of the reason why we can't. It's getting hard to obtain these things. Everybody wants these things now. It wasn't like 2010 where I was literally the only person in Bismarck buying animatronics from Spirit Halloween. There was always leftovers. There was animatronics left over at Spirit for 4 years. Now there's never any animatronics left over, ever, because there's so many people now that are into this stuff. And all the people that I've met over the years, just people that have met me over the years, have turned into collectors. I just met some random people at a grocery store, and them getting to know me and me showing them, telling them about my Halloween display, literally turned them into animatronic Spirit Halloween collectors. Like, I wasn't even trying to. Like, whenever people just meet me now, they just automatically become animatronic collectors. It's happening with Jace now. It just happens with everybody that comes into my life. It's weird, but yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's what's on my mind. That's what all was on my mind for this video. That's a lot to talk about, but it's so interesting. To me, this is much more interesting than any other history themes you can learn in school. I mean, this is something that's actually, how much this stuff has evolved is really something. So again, I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please strike up a conversation in the comments. This is a video that I really want to hear your thoughts on this stuff. So yeah, just let me know what you guys think about this video if you want to see more like this. Although this covered a majority of, all this stuff and how I became the person I did. It's just, yeah. But you may have experiences that I didn't experience and that might be interesting to me. So, yeah, just let me know what you think. I just wish all the kids and stuff growing up with animatronics now had the ability to experience the stuff in stores that I did when I was the age that, of kids that are going to these stores now, because, a lot of people think newer animatronics are, better, but they don't really know because they didn't actually experience those years when this stuff was new. This is where it started, and it was different. The stores just looked so much creepier, but that made it all the more special. There's still the kids that cry and stuff and are scared of these things at the stores, but it's nowhere near like it was back then. This stuff was just, again, so lifelike, so creepy. I mean, the stores, Spirit Halloween, they used to dim their lights. It was dark in there. They had lights shining on. It was creepy. You don't experience it that way anymore. It's all bright, like Conformer said in that one video. It's all very bright. And, takes away from the creepy atmosphere of what Spirit Halloween could be if they did dim the lights. And these things haven't all that movement and stuff. It was just so interesting, you know. A lot like Chuck E. Cheese animatronics, and those are from the 80s, and those are, you know, more of the professional grade, but these things did just as much as those at some times, and it's rare that we see them like that now, except for, like, you know, Grimm, that we're starting to get back to that era.
Okay, go.
So again, I hope you guys really enjoyed this video. Oh, what the... I guess now in another 10 years, we'll see where this stuff takes us, where it evolves, how much it evolves from now. If this video is still up 10 years later, it'll be interesting to use this video then to see, you know, what's new now, what I compared now that's new. This stuff is already ancient, but the stuff that's new now is going to be ancient someday too, and we're going to look back at this video and be like, wow, this stuff has gotten is so much cooler now. Or it could be the opposite. It could fall. It could collapse again like Gemmy did. But either way, it's going to be an interesting ride to say that's yeah. Walmart 2006, man. This is where it started, man. And this is the camera quality of 2006. So look at this camera quality, but look at the quality of advancedness of animatronics we had. That's the perspective you got to look at. This was the average phone quality, or digital video camera quality of 2006. So yeah, this wraps up the video. So see you in the next one.